很好。知道那个老铁在干什么讲，看快又生气，要看快又生气。这老铁两下换就然后54、53秒，下换了。很好，现在不行。对，他们是。先下课给你报一下800。哇！我想给你报一下800。
Infraction report remains 1, 3, 5, round 1, to the scanner before starting sequence, event 1, 3, 5, round 1, to the starting before starting sequence.
需要吗？
I'm gonna go help Sarah.
Trenching report, V1994, stand before the starting signal. V1994, still starting for the starting signal.
8. Justin Zhu in lane 9. Strong Dolphins underwater to come up alongside Jack Andrews in lane 8. Those two probably led through that first 15, but it's nice and even across the field here in heat 8. Also swimming well is Isaac Ballinger in lane 2, but leading the way will be Alexander Dalberg from Vic Centre in lane 1 with a 26.19. As we move into this second 50, Alexander still maintains his lead, but now coming up alongside him in lane 3 is Yash Patki. And Yash has moved into the lead with 15 metres to go. And coming strongly in lane 5 in the last 10 metres is Max Bosley, but it is in a 54.61. Yash who takes it out ahead of Max Bosley and Alexander Dalberg in third. So 54.61 from Yash is our new fastest time so far in our men's 16 and over 100 metre freestyle here at Victorian Metro Champs. Heat 9 is now in the water. Dominic Chow gets the best of the starts in lane 7, using strong underwaters. Swimming well in lane 5 is Milton. And Dominic and Milton lead through the 35 metre mark. It's now starting to even up as we come towards this first turn, but it will be Dominic who continues to lead in a 26.10. So Dominic has held on to his lead that he's established off the underwaters at the start and continues to lead by just a quarter of a body length. And Dominic does take it out in a 54.43, led from start to finish, as he's now got the fastest time with the last heat 10 behind the blocks. So underway here in this 10th and final heat, and it will be Xander Coates who will lead through in a 24.92 in lane 4, ahead of Nicholas Wu and Joel Timlin. So Nunawading 1, 2, 3 here in heat 10. Xander continues to lead with 15 metres to go ahead of his teammate Nicholas Wu. Nice and tight for third. And it might be in lane 0, Samuel Keenan from Nunawading's moved into third. But it will be Xander Coates taking out a 51.97, ahead of Nicholas Wu in second. And Liam Malloy touching for third. We now moved on to event 9, the women's 16 and over 100 metre freestyle. We have 7 heats in the waters. Heat 1, and starting really strongly in lane 2 is Yamisha Guy from Nunawading. So Misha had an entry time of 109.14. Based on this first 50, I reckon she's a good chance to set a personal best. Misha turns first in a 31.68. Ahead of Lauren, with Mackenzie in third. Strong in and out of that turn from Misha, and she's extended her lead. Also swimming well is Lauren, as those two are about 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. As we come up to 15 metres to go, Misha continues to lead, as Lauren has reduced the margin to about half the body length as we come under the flags with 5 metres to go. But Misha will take this opening heat out in a time of 1:07.30, a nice 2-second PB. Ahead of Lauren and Mackenzie in third. Behind the blocks now we have Heat 2 of our women's 16 and over 100 metre freestyle. Nice even start here in Heat 2 of our 100 freestyle. With all our swimmers attacking this first 50 nice and strongly, as you want to do in a 100 freestyle. Our swimmers should be aiming to sort of get out within about a second and a half of their 50 metre PB. As Mahala Mosley in lane 1 turns first in a 31.72, ahead of Hannah in lane 3 and Hannah in lane 7. It does look like Hannah in lane 3 and is just ahead of our Hannah in lane 7 as we approach the final 15 metres. So those two are going neck and neck, our two Hannahs, as they come underneath the flags. And it is Hannah Durkova who takes it out ahead of Dana Barrett, who touches in second, with Hannah Petridis in third in that second heat. So Hannah's winning time there, a 1:06.89. Shiloh over in lane 0, best of our starters, and did lead through that first 15 metres, with Georgina Mitchell in lane 2 from Flyers, moving up alongside her. Also swimming well on that side of the pool is Amelia Walker. As we come into that 50 metre turn, moving into the lead is Zara Burke in lane 4, 31.00. Ahead of Abigail in lane 6. So as we move through this third 25, it is Zara who has had a really strong third 25, has moved out to 3/4 of body length lead over the rest of the field, who are nice and even, all within half a body length of each other. But Zara is going to take this third heat out as she comes underneath the flags now and touches in a time of 1:03.45. Nice PB there from Zara of over a second, with Georgina in second and Amelia in third. Good to see so many of our swimmers registering PBs in the opening morning session of our 2023 Victorian Metropolitan Long Course Champs. So we had our country champs last week. We've now moved on to our Metro champs this week. Our country champs were held in Wangaratta, which had beautiful weather for most of the time, except for, unfortunately, a lightning storm caused a little bit of a delay to proceedings on Sunday afternoon, and they had to be relocated to Monday. As we move through here in Heat 4, turning first under the 30-second mark is Bethany Foster in a 29.94. And Bethany continues to lead in Heat 4. Starting to challenge her is Kiara Hutchinson from Propulsion in lane 2. And also swimming well is Taylor Watson in lane 0. Those three are going neck and neck under the final 10 metres as we come underneath the flags. All about getting that head down and hand on the wall, and doing the best job is Kiara Hutchinson as she touches first in a 103.07. Less than 0.4 of a second, or point between our top three athletes there. So nice and tight in Heat 4 as we move along to Heat 5. Georgia King in lane 2, starting well and leads through this first 25. And going with her on both sides of her, so Amelia Dethridge in lane 1 and Greta Knapp being brought out by that early speed shown by Georgia King as we turn through here at the 50. And Georgia turns first in a 29.17. As we move into this second 50, it is nice and even across the field. Georgia does maintain that slight lead, but all of about 6 athletes have a chance here to take this Heat 5 out. And it is the experience of Mika, who's in lane 6, who's going to finish strongly, but also coming through is Kate Middleton in lane 5, and Kate does take it out in a 102.11. As we are now going to move along to Heat 6. So 102.11 has been our fastest time. So Kate Middleton's currently sitting in first place. A reminder that all our events at Metropolitan Champs are straight finals. So our times will be compared from heat to heat, with medals given out to our top 3 place getters. Alexandra Skinner from Melbourne Vic Centre leads here in Heat 6 through that first 15 metres. But again, nice and even across the pool for in this opening 25. The Surrey Park teammates of Sassy Jones and Melissa Sharp also going well. As we come towards our 50-metre turn. And it will still be Alexandra Skinner who leads first in a 29.05. But we had 7 swimmers sub 30 seconds there. So 7 swimmers within 0.9 of a second of each other as they turn through that 50. Starting to swim well now is Greta Seville from Haileybury in lane 4. And she's taken over the lead with 15 metres to go, just ahead of Alexandra Skinner, our early leader. And coming strongly in lane 6 is Alexandra Southern. But it will be Greta Seville who touches first in a 100.21. Andrea Tolentino touching in second, with Alexandra Skinner in third. As we move on to our 7th and final heat. So look for Sienna Shepherd's strong underwater dolphins here through this first 15. She comes up in the lead alongside Semra Olawani and Holly Neville. But it is nice and even across the pool here. Holly Neville and Semra Olawani have moved clear of the field slightly, turning first in a 27.87. So as we approach the final 25 metres, Semra leads by about half a body length over Holly, but Holly's making a strong push in this final 25 metres, and also coming up alongside them is Zandy Chu. On the touch, it is Semra who gets the touch. No, it's Holly who touches first in a 57.60, 0.02 of a second ahead of Semra, with Zandy in third. So we're now just doing our medal ceremonies for our 100-metre butterfly events for our girls 14, 15. As we now move on to our medal ceremony for our males 16 and over 100-metre freestyle. With next event is event 10, the mixed 50-metre butterfly multi-class. We have 3 athletes, all males here. Cooper Harrington in lane 3, Nicholas Layton in lane 4, and James Logan in lane 5. A reminder for those who might be new to multi-class swimming, it's not necessarily the person who touches the ball first who wins the race. The swimmers compete against their individual classifications times. That time is then converted to a point score based on their world records, and then the highest point score is the winner. Nicholas Layton leads here in his favourite event, the 50 metres butterfly, swimming nice and strongly. So Nick has an S15 classification. That means Nick has a hearing impairment. So Nick is one of our deaf athletes, and a nice strong time there of a 25.92. And now coming to touch is James Logan. So James touched in a 33.33, just outside his best, similar to Nick, and coming in third, touching in a time of 45.74, is Cooper Harrington. So all 3 of our athletes were just a little bit over their personal best today, so we'll have to wait for those results to be converted into our point score before we be able to do the medal presentations shortly. So we're going to move now to event 11, the boys 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So a number of these athletes in our 11 and under age group will be competing at a Metro Champs for the first time. A lot of these swimmers will have swum a couple of weeks ago at State Sprints, which was probably their first championship meet. But this is a chance to swim some non-50 metre events. So tackling the 100 freestyle potentially for one of the first few times. Had to qualify to swim in this meet. With Matthew Hu in lane 3, just at 9 years of age. I think he's our youngest competitor in this event. But it is Peter Kim leading through in a 36.08 through this first 50. So these swimmers had entry times 117 to 118 range. Let's see if any of these three boys can challenge their personal best. It's always a good achievement to challenge your personal best at a championship meet. Some of these swimmers did big PBs to qualify for the meet and then to try and back it up again. And it is Peter Kim who comes underneath the flag now and touches the wall first and 1:14.39 ahead of Luca and Matthew in third. So all three of our swimmers in our opening heat posted nice PBs, somewhere between 3 to 4 seconds. So they've set the standard quite high here in the 11-year-old boys 100-metre freestyle. Let's see if our swimmers here in our second heat can follow with some more personal bests. So it is a good contrast jumping from the 16 and over 100 freestyles down to our 11 and over 100 freestyles, and seeing that those skills that some of our older athletes had developed over time and how our 11-year-old athletes go. So probably don't spend as long underwater, but it's something that they can develop as they're progressing through. So swimming strongly in lane 4 is Lachlan Harris. And Lachlan Harris looks like he's going to turn first at the 50 in a time of 33.86, with Eugene Lim in second and Jaden Thatch in third. They continue to all be putting in a good effort, these boys, with Lachlan Harris still leading through the 75-metre mark, ahead of Eugene Lim here in Heat 2. So Lachlan Harris has extended out to a 2-body length lead as he approaches the last 5 metres. Let's see if he can get his head down into the wall. So that's another thing he can probably work on with his coach. A 108.99. So nice big PB there from Lachlan Harris as he takes out Heat 2. With Eugene in second and Oliver in third. As we move now along to our third and final heat. So Lachlan's time of 108.99. That is a new time to beat as we enter our third and final heat. So Ashton Wilson from Surrey Park, really strong on the start. Also swimming well, Oscar Magalotti in lane 4 and Nicholas Robson in lane 3. So our centre lanes slightly ahead of the rest as we move through the first 35 metres here in Heat 3 of our boys 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. We're now turning through the first 50, and it is Oscar Magalotti who leads in a 31.17, ahead of Nicholas Robson and Ashton Wilson in third. Strong turn from Oscar, and he's now out to almost a body length lead as we move through the 75-metre mark. Ashton has moved into second, just ahead of Nicholas in that battle for the minor places. But Oscar continues to extend his lead as he comes underneath the flags now. Does a great job at keeping that head down. Did take a sneaky little breath with Ashton in second and Nicholas in third. We'll just wait. I think that time will correct for Oscar to be a little bit faster than what's appeared. Yes, now it's corrected to a 104.56.
Presentation for event 9, women's 16 over 100 metres freestyle. In third place, winners of bronze medal Zhang Chu from Malawadi. In second place, winner the silver medal Tamara Olawonka from DVD Aquatic. And in first place, winner the gold medal in the time of 57.62, Holly Neville, Melbourne. Congratulations, swimmers.
So Kimberly Chen takes out the opening heat in a 1:13.59 of our girls 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. Similar to the boys, we had 3 heats. 3 full heats though, so again, a few more of our younger athletes in the female categories rather than the male at the moment. As we move now along to heat 2. Nice even start across the field here in heat 2. Our swimmers in this heat had entry times somewhere between that 1:14 to 1:17 range. Our swimmers in that age, in these younger age groups, that's what they should really be measuring themselves on, personal improvement. Now you can't obviously do a personal best every time, but over the course of seasons and years, aiming to progress. Adeline leads in a 34.68 through this opening 50, just ahead of Elizabeth. Elizabeth looks like she had the best of the third 25s and has moved out to a 3/4 of body length lead ahead of her teammate in lane 3. Also swimming well, Zoe in lane 0. So those 3 are our top 3 swimmers in this heat as we come underneath the flags, but a really strong swim by Elizabeth to touch the wall in a 1:10.8. So Elizabeth took about 4 seconds off her entry time there, so fantastic swim by Elizabeth, with Zoe getting a touch over there in lane 0 for second, taking off about 3 seconds from her entry time. And Megan in third, taking off nearly 2 seconds. So some big PBs there in heat 2 of our girls 11 and under 100 metre freestyle as we move on to our third and final heat. So Lucy Reid and Tiffany Miette start strongly here in heat 3 and lead through that first 25. Tiffany Miette continues to hold on to that lead she established after the start, and she turns through with Lexon in 32 lows. Again, strong underwaters from Tiffany has moved her back just ahead of Lexon. And now coming strongly in lane 5, Jemana. So Jemana's now moved into the lead with Lexon and Tiffany battling for second in this third and final heat of the girls 11 and under 100 freestyle. Jemana will take it out in a time of 1:06.55. with Tiffany in second and Lexon in third. We're now going to move along to event 13, the boys 12-13 200 metre individual medley. Just have a couple of swimmers who are a little bit unsure of their lanes, so we'll just Just reset while we make sure everyone is ready to go. Just confusing matters was the board was still showing. The board was still showing names from previous heats, so that's why some of our athletes may have been a little bit confused. So we are now underway here in event 13. The boys 12-13 200 metre individual medley. And Benjamin Van Dyke in lane 6 is our leader through the opening 25 metres of butterfly. So our 200 individual medley is our 4 strokes: butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, 50 metres of each. Now, butterfly, it's really important to get out nice and fast, but relaxed. And Benjamin touches this wall first in a 34.04, ahead of Luca with Michael in third. So we're now moving into our backstroke and keeping the stroke rate nice and high. In lane 4 is Luca Lim, and Luca's come up alongside Benjamin Van Dyke through the first 25 metres of our backstroke leg, with Michael Fan also moving into contention to touching the wall first at the conclusion of our backstroke leg. So those top 3 swimmers going neck and neck with 5 metres to go in their backstroke as they come into this backstroke to breaststroke turn. Touching the wall first, it will be Michael Fan, ahead of Benjamin Van Dyke and Luca Lim in third. But nice and tight between all 3 of our swimmers there, and getting a really strong turn is Luca Lim, and he's starting to extend his lead in his opening stages of the breaststroke leg. Also swimming really well is Alan Zhang in lane 8, and he's starting to catch up through this opening 25 metres of breaststroke. So Luca Lim leads with 35 metres of our breaststroke concluded as we come into that final 15 metres of breaststroke. Really important to keep that tempo going and maintain that speed all the way into the wall. And Luca does lead, with Alan's strong breaststroke moving him into second place as we move into our freestyle. So Luca continues to lead through this opening 25 metres of freestyle, but coming up alongside him to challenge him is Alan Zhang, as those 2 boys are going to battle out this heat win. Alan has now moved into the lead with this really strong second 100, a fantastic breaststroke leg, finished off with a really strong freestyle leg, and Alan has now pulled out to a body length lead with 5 metres to go, and is going to take heat 1 out in a time of 2:44.13. with Luca finishing in second and Liam in third. So that was a 14-second PB there by Alan. So fantastic swim by Alan. Massive PB in the opening heat of our boys 12-13 200 metre individual medley. Starting strongly down here in lane 8 is Mark Toom. Also going with him is William in lane 8. So the outside the pool looks like they're going to set the early pace here in heat 2 of the boys 12-13 200 metre individual medley. As we approach the 50 metre turn, it is Mark who leads just ahead of William, and in third place, Charlie Stone in lane 1. So in this backstroke leg, you want to really work on trying to keep your tempo up nice and high. With you sitting up nice and high in the body, your body sitting up nice and high in the water with those hips up and feet up nice and high, toes right up at the surface, but your legs don't want to feel like they're working too hard. They have to be kicking, but they have to feel light, because when we turn into our breaststroke, we're going to turn into a leg-dominated stroke. As we come through this 100-metre term, it is still William and Mark who lead, and they've pulled out a bit of a gap over the field, with moving into third place now Xavier Eagle. So Xavier's a strong breaststroker, so look for him to start to make some ground on our swimmers in lane 8 and 9. So Mark has now re-established his lead through the opening 25 metres of breaststroke. William holding on to second, with Xavier Eagle moving through and challenging through this opening 25 of breaststroke. Now Xavier's come right up alongside Mark with 15 minutes to go in our breaststroke leg. Using his strong breaststroke leg to his advantage here, and he's moved into the lead, and he's going to turn first here in a 2:06.08, just ahead of Mark Toom, with William still maintaining his hold on third as we move into our freestyle leg. So Xavier's holding on to his lead through that strong breaststroke leg and continued to lead on the opening 25 of freestyle, but Mark is starting to make some ground here and is coming really strongly in lane 9, has now moved back into the lead that he had right from the start in the butterfly leg, and Mark is going to take heat 2 out as he comes underneath the flags and touches the wall in a time of 2:43. Xavier touching in a 2:44.89, and coming in for third was William. We'll just have to wait for Mark's time to come up to confirm what time it was. It's come up now at a 2:42.72. So Mark taking off 11 seconds from his personal best. Xavier swimming a 8-second PB. And William a 7-second PB. So our top 3 athletes in that heat smashing their personal bests. So we're underway here in Heat 3 of Event 13, the boys 12-13 200-metre individual medley. Leo Nolan starting really strongly in lane 4. Also swimming well in the opening stage of our butterfly is Luca Henderson in lane 1. And so those two look like they're going to lead through this butterfly leg, with Leo Nolan coming under the flags to conclude the butterfly and touches first here in a time of 32.95. Luca in second and Ryan Martin in third. So Leo's popped up nice and quickly in this backstroke and trying to keep that tempo up nice and high, which he's doing a really good job of, and as he leads through this opening 25 metres of backstroke. Swimming well in lane 8 is Will Frame. And he's starting to move into a chance with the minor positions. But it is still Leo Nolan who leads through 35 metres of backstroke. Coming strongly is Oliver Hall and Will Frame as they move into second and third. As we approach the 100-metre turn, Leo Nolan still continues to just lead ahead of Will Frame and Oliver Hall in third. So now we're moving on to this breaststroke leg, and we'll see where our strong breaststrokers lie in the field. It does look like Ryan Martin in lane 5 has now made his move and is starting to move into the lead at the 25-metre mark. So Leo Nolan, who's led since the start, has now been taken over by Ryan Martin in this breaststroke leg, as we've got 15 metres of our breaststroke still to swim. So Ryan has now extended his lead. He's keeping that tempo up really high, but still getting good distance out of each stroke, which is really important in your breaststroke. And Ryan leads through in a 2:06.33. And it's nice and tight for second, third, fourth and fifth. So Ryan used that strong breaststroke leg to pull out an advantage of about a body length and a half as we come through the 25 to go mark. It is still Ryan who leads with 15 minutes to go. A really tight battle between Tiger, Leo and Oliver for second. But it will be Ryan who takes this out in a time of 2:44.82, just ahead of Leo and Tiger in third. So that time of 2:42 set by Mark in the previous heat still remains as our fastest time from our opening 3 heats as we move along now to heat 4. So a reminder that all our events here at the Metro Champs are timed finals. So that means that the swimmers are just competing to post the best time that they can, and then they'll be ranked with the top 3 place getters winning medals. And Jay Lamb from Northwest Aquatic had the best of the underwater works here in Heat 4 of event 13, the boys 12-13 200 individual medley. Andre continues to lead through this opening 35 metres. Now coming up alongside him is Tyler Miet, and those two in lane 4 and 5 will turn first and second, with Anjay turning in a 31.33. Again, strong underwaters there from Anjay. He's probably re-extended his lead out to 3/4 of body length in the opening stages of our backstroke leg. So Anjay continues to lead over ahead of Tyler, and in third place is Ashley Lansbury. So those 3 are just ahead of our tight battle for 4th between Caden and Liam in lanes 3 and 8 respectively. But it will be Anjay who turns first in 1:13.04 into our breaststroke leg ahead of Tyler, with Ashley in third. Now we'll look for our breaststrokers to make their move, and it does look like the Melbourne Swimming Club swimmers like Milo and Liam have really been aggressive in this opening stage of our breaststroke leg as they try and catch up to those 3 leaders through the 100. Maintaining his lead, Anjay, but the margin is narrowing. Moving up alongside him now is Tyler Miet, and still holding on for third is Ashley Lansbury, but Liam Walker and Milo Dressel de Bruin have closed that margin right down. It's a nice battle between those 5 swimmers as we turn into our freestyle. Now leading through the first 20 metres of our freestyle is Ashley Lansbury, and he's extended his lead with a really, really strong freestyle leg. He's out to a body length lead. It's nice and tight for the minor places, with Tyler still maintaining his hold on second, just ahead of Liam and Milo. But now Liam's finishing strongly and has moved into second place, but taking this heat out in 2:36.33 is Ashley ahead of Liam. Tyler holding on for third, I think, from Milo. Yes, where the times have come up, and he did hold on for third. So 2:36.33 from Ashley is our new fastest time from our opening 4 heats as we move to our 5th and final heat. That was a nice 4-second PB there from Ashley, so 4.5-second PB. Always good to see our swimmers knocking off big chunks of time here. A number of our swimmers and the Metro Champs have swum big personal bests. As we have our 5th and final heat behind the blocks. So strong start in lane 6 from Lemuel. Leads through the opening 25 alongside his teammate in lane 4 from Nuttawading, Lewis G. Also swimming strong early is William Tan as those three go into touch at the end of the butterfly leg. Lewis G touching the wall first in 29.89. Don't think Lemuel's touchpad worked there because he was definitely not in 6th place. But Lewis has now moved out to a body length lead as we approach the final 15 metres of our backstroke leg. Lemuel holding on to second with Luca Brown in third, Will Tan in fourth, and Garen Lim in fifth. So Lewis turns first in a 105.14 ahead of Luca. Lemuel in third as we move into our breaststroke leg. So Lewis has done a really good job there, maintaining his speed that he had in the butterfly leg. Kept that tempo going in backstroke, and now he's driving off his legs nicely in the breaststroke. Keeping that tempo up nice and high, but with a nice long stroke. Moving into second place, Luca Brown, with a tight battle for third between Lemuel and William in lane 6 and 3 respectively. Lewis comes into the breaststroke to freestyle turn, turns in a 150.49 and has a 5-second lead over the rest of the field. Now William Tan touches second at the end of that breaststroke leg, according to the touchpads, but I reckon the touchpads weren't quite correct. But Luca Brown has consolidated second ahead of William Tan, but no one was going to catch Lewis, who'd set himself up in that opening 50, maintained in the backstroke, put together a good breaststroke leg, and is going to come under the flags and is going to swim a big personal best in a time of 2:25.62. Luca Brown touching in second, Will Tan in third, just ahead of a fast finishing Bartos in lane 1.
There will be 3 presentations in this presentation lot. Results of event T, means 50 metres butterfly multiply.
So we're now moving on to our medal ceremonies. To begin with, we're doing our medal ceremony for our 50-metre multi-classed butterfly. So the finishing order that they touched the wall in ended up being the results. So once they converted to a point score, the way they finished ended up, in terms of first to the wall, ended up being the results. Remember, with those multi-class events, the results are converted to a point score based on their individual classification. So all these swimmers are classified depending on their disability. So that we know that Nick Layton is a deaf athlete, so he competes in his S15 classification. So he was competing against his classification time and he earned 700 points. Those point scores, if you get 1,000 points, that means you've kind of broken the world record for your classification. So we're moving on to our third presentation in this slot, which was our event 12 100-metre freestyle for our 11 and under athletes. And then Jemana took that title out and is now the Victorian Metropolitan Championship as we move along to event 14, the girls 12-13 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats. In the water now is heat 1. A nice even start across the field here in heat 1. So it's good to see a number of our athletes tackling our 200-metre individual medley as our athletes grow and develop. Often their main strokes change. So being a medley swimmer at a young age does help your development across all your strokes. Improving your breaststroke, weirdly enough, helps all your strokes, just like it helps your backstroke, helps your other strokes as you grow and develop. You don't know what you're going to be good at as you grow up, so it is important that all the athletes from a young age give themselves and tackle all the strokes and give these individual medleys a good crack. And swimming strongly in lane 7 and leading through this backstroke is Matilda Clark. She's holding a slight lead over Layla and Keely. As we come to the backstroke, breaststroke turn, Matilda does lead ahead of Sienna and Keely in third. So Sienna has started strongly in this breaststroke, so Sienna from Ringwood has now taken over the lead ahead of Matilda, with Keely maintaining third place. So we spend the longest time, obviously breaststroke is the slowest stroke, so we spend the longest time in this breaststroke leg. So the most time for changes to happen. So it's really important that you maintain a strong breaststroke in your medleys. And Sienna has now extended her lead in this opening heat and turns first in a 2:09.7, with Keely moving into second and Matilda in third now. So Sienna has maintained her lead in this opening 25 of freestyle. Leads by about a body length over Keely Watkins in lane 2. And a tight battle for third between Kaylee Faulkner and Matilda Clark in lane 6 and 7. They're starting to challenge Keely for second place now as well. But Sienna is going to take this out in a time of 2:48.52, with Matilda Clark touching in second and Keely in third, but we'll have to see what the touchpad's correct to, and it is Matilda in second and Keely in third. But Sienna took that out in a 2:48.52. Which is a nice 5.5 second PB from Sienna, as we now have heat 2 on the blocks. Joanne Liu from Artemis Aquatic has the strongest of our underwaters off that start. And she led through the 15, but now taking over is Gemma Sullivan in lane 3, Madeline Harvey in lane 2, and Lily Jones in lane 1. So turning through at the 50 metres, it will be Lily Jones who touched the wall first, ahead of Madeline Harvey and Gemma Sullivan in third. So that side of the pool has the advantage at the end of the butterfly leg. We'll see if that continues to be the case as we move through this backstroke leg. So now Gemma Sullivan has pulled up alongside Lily and Madeline as those three are going stroke for stroke through our backstroke leg. So lane 1, 2 and 3 still lead by about 2 body lengths from the rest of the field. So as we go into our backstroke to breaststroke turns, you can see a couple of different varieties there, with Madeline just touching ahead of Gemma and Lily in third. So now is our chance for our strong breaststrokers to shine. And it does look like Joanne has started to make her move in lane 6. So Joanne has started to gain some ground back on our early leaders and is coming up alongside Madeline and Gemma through the 35 metres of breaststroke. So now it is Madeline and Joanne who are going neck and neck into the final 10 metres of breaststroke. And Joanne has now moved into the lead as she approaches the wall and will turn first here in a 2:05.46 ahead of Madeline. And now Amelia in lane 7 has moved into third place, having a nice tight battle with Lily over in lane 1. Joanne continues to lead, so after starting fast with those underwaters in butterfly, settling back a little bit through that backstroke leg, she's had a strong breaststroke and continued it on with a freestyle and has pulled out to a 2-body length lead and is going to take out heat 2. Joanne had an entry time of a 2:51 and she's clocked in at a 2:42, I think, when we'll have to wait for the touchpad to update. So massive PB at 2:41.93 for Joanne. So big 10-second improvement on her entry time, with Madeline touching the wall in second and Amelia in third. So a number of our swimmers, they're clocking PBs ranging from the massive 10 seconds of Joanne down to around 3 or 4 seconds. So good to see so many of our swimmers posting personal best times as we move now along to heat 3. So strong start here from Mia Bates in lane 5. Mia's a strong butterfly swimmer, so look for her to use that speed in this opening 50 metres that she has in her butterfly leg. So it is important to work those strengths in the medleys while also continuing to concentrate and try and improve your weaknesses. So Mia leads through in a 32.70 and she's on to her backstroke. Doing a good job of keeping that tempo up in her backstroke leg. So you've got a nice strong lead of about 5 metres over the rest of the field. Swimming well in lane 8 and 9 is Eloise and Leona. And also swimming well in lane 3 is Olivia Yang and Lily Chen in lane 1. So nice and tight in the battle for second, but at the moment, Mia Bates is a strong lead as she concludes her backstroke and moves into her breaststroke, turning in a 1:14.84. So about a 42 second for her backstroke leg as she moves into her breaststroke. So Olivia Yang has now moved into second place and has started strongly in the opening part of our breaststroke, but also moving strongly in the opening 25 metres of breaststroke is GU in lane 6 as they start to make some ground on Mia Bates through this opening 25 metres of breaststroke. But Mia did have a big strong lead in that breaststroke leg and looks like she's going to maintain her lead over the other swimmers. Also starting to move strongly is Lola in lane 4 as she's moving into third place as Mia turns into a freestyle in a 2:04.51 ahead of Jayu, with Olivia in third, Leona in fourth and Lola in fifth. But that battle for second is nice and tight, with a number of our athletes in with a chance to take out second and third in this heat. But Mia has led from the start with that strong butterfly leg and is now coming under the flags with 5 metres to go and comes into touch in a time of 2:38.86 with Olivia in second and Jayu in third. So nice, strong personal best time there from Mia Bates. As we move on to our fourth and final heat of our 200-metre individual medley for our 12 to 13-year-old girls. So nice and even start across the field here in this fourth and final heat. As we come to the end of our butterfly leg, it is Arika from Surrey Park who leads in a time of 32.81 ahead of Octavia and Kiara. So through the backstroke legs, it is Arika who's extended her lead, and she's now out to a body length lead with the rest of the field all within a body length of each other as they approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn. But it will be Arika who turns first in a 1:10.88, Kiara in second, and Arabella in third. So Arika has cleared out from the rest of the field, which are having a nice battle. The margin between second and 10th in this heat is only just over a body length, halfway through the breaststroke leg. It's rare that you see such a tight battle in an individual medley. But Arika is now out to about a 5 body length lead, with Zara Olawani now moving into second place. So Zara turned last at the 100 and has moved into second place by the conclusion of our breaststroke. But Arika is miles in front, leads by almost 6 seconds, as she's got 25 metres to swim. And it's a tight battle for second now in the freestyle between Zara, Jacinta, Lucy and Elizabeth. But it's all Arika. After a close butterfly across the field, she really used that backstroke and breaststroke to pull away. And it's going to take this out in a 2:32.83. Tight battle for second, with Lucy Doyle just moving ahead of her teammate in Jacinta Guri. With Mia Bates' time from the previous heat holding up to take second. As a reminder, these are timed finals, so medals are awarded based on the fastest overall times from our athletes. We're now moving along to the event 15, the boys 14-15 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So our 14 and 15-year-old boys are away here in heat 4. Sorry, in first heat of our 200-metre breaststroke. Starting strongly in lane 5 is Will Payton. from Essendon District Aquatic. And Will looks like he's going to lead this opening 50 ahead of James Hay and James Hu as they go into touch. It is Will who leads in a 36.96, with the Jameses turning equal in a 37.14. So Will continues to lead in this second 50 of our breaststroke, but a nice and even race between our four competitors in this opening heat. As we move towards the 100-metre turn, James Hu in lane 2 has now moved slightly ahead of James Hay in lane 3 and Will in lane 5. So through that turn at the 100-metre mark, James Hu leads ahead of Will Payton and James Hay in third. So James led through that in a 1:21.14. These boys have entry time somewhere between a 2:55 and a 2:59. So good early speed has given them a chance to post a time somewhere around that personal best that they all have entered. So James Hu from Surrey Park leads in this third 50 and has extended out to about a body length lead over Will Payton in this third 50. So we've got 5 metres to go in this third 50 as James Hu touches and turns in a 2:08.35, half a second ahead of Will, with James Hay a further body length and a half behind. So into this last 50, and it's a strong last 50 from Will Payton. He's come back up alongside James Hu, has now swum past him as they've got 25 metres to go. But James is not letting him get away and is trying to respond again in this final 25 metres. So those two boys are going neck and neck with 15 metres to swim, and a battle for third and fourth between James Hay and Andre is again nice and tight, with a really strong finish from Andre. He's moved from fourth into third and it's tight on the finish, but it will be Will Payton who takes this out in a 2:56.52 ahead of James Hu, and Andre coming in to touch in third. We're now going to move along to Heat 2 of our boys' 14-15 200-metre breaststroke. So nice, strong starts from Will Smith, Caden Lee and Thomas Greenwood. And now starting to make his mark on this heat. In lane 3 is Byron Zhang. As we approach the 50-metre turn. It was Thomas Greenwood who led at that 50-metre turn. So in this turn of breaststroke, it's really important that the swimmers are getting out nice and fast in that opening 50, but feeling relaxed. The second 50, you want to feel like you're almost building that speed. And then when you hit this 100-metre turn, you need to feel like you're accelerating to maintain that speed. So in reality, you want your second, third and fourth 50 all to be at the same speed, but you really need to attack that third 50 to be able to maintain that speed. So Thomas Greenwood will turn first in 1:15.77 ahead of Byron Zhang and Will Smith. Also swimming well in lane 0 is Xavier, as he challenges the top 3 in this second heat. So Thomas Greenwood done a really good job in this middle 100 to just maintain that lead and start to extend as you approach the 150-metre turn. So Thomas Greenwood leads ahead of Byron Zhang and Will Smith in third. Now, in this last 50, those forearms are really hurting, those legs are really hurting. It's all about maintaining that technique and that rhythm and that body position and keeping that tempo going nice and strongly all the way to the wall while maintaining good length in your stroke. So move into our final 15 metres. And Thomas Greenwood has led from start to finish and is coming under the flags and is going to take this out in a time of 2:43.07. As behind the blocks, we now move along to our third and final heat to the boys 14-15 200 metre breaststroke. So through this opening 100, Thomas Sutherland is doing a really good job keeping that stroke nice and long, nice and smooth as he leads through the 150 in a 150.92, ahead of Harry Heath and Brian Zhang in lane 7. So Thomas Sutherland maintains that nice stroke length while maintaining his speed through this last 50 metres. Thomas Sutherland has an entry time of a 2:28.22. Might not quite reach that time today, but he's going to be pretty close, and he's putting together a really good swim here and comes into the wall in a time of 2:30.43. Harry Heath coming in for second, and a strong finish from Lewis over in lane 2 to touch in third.
Medal presentation from Group 13, boys 12 to 13 in 200 metres individual medley. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, William Tans and Regis College. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Luca Brown, Melbourne Swimming Club. And first place, winner of the gold medal in the time of 2:25.62 is Lewis G. Congratulations, swimmers. Congratulations for event 14, the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres individual medley. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, Lucy Gordon from Nowawani. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Mia Bates from Ned's College. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, in a time of 2:32.83, is Arthur Erico from Farrer Park. Congratulations, schools.
So Lucy Crouch taking out that opening heat in the girls 14-15 200 metre breaststroke in a time of 3:11.13 as we move now to heat 2. So underway here in Heat 2. And it is Isabella French who leads through the opening 25 metres, with Eliza Connolly in lane 2 also swimming well. And those two have a slight lead over the rest of the field through this opening 50. But it will be Isabella French who's going to come into this first turn and lead through in a time of 39.63. Eliza in second and Grace Richards in third. So in this opening part of our 200 breaststroke, really need to work on keeping that length in our stroke. Driving off those legs, staying long, staying tall, staying powerful. Breaststroke really is a power stroke. Everyone thinks it's a glide and everything, but it's really important that you're generating lots of power so you can drive forward off those legs, staying long and tall between each stroke. As Isabella comes into this 100-metre turn and turns through in a 1:25.50. Moving into second place now is Grace Richards, with Eliza Connolly in third and Judy Hussein Aman in fourth. So really tight battle for second, third and fourth, with Isabella French got that 2-body length lead. So she's getting a little bit shorter in her stroke now in this third 50, Isabel. So the challenge is to try and maintain that length in your stroke as you start to get tired. Judy Hassan Aman is doing a good job now and started to make her move through this third 50 and has moved into second place and is keeping that length in her stroke and being nice and positive and aggressive in this third 50. Isabella French continues to lead and by about 1.5 seconds over Judy, and in third place now is Grace Richards. So Judy has started to reduce the margin between her and her teammate in lane 4 as we move into this last 50. So Judy's managing to keep that stroke just a little bit longer than Isabel in this second 100 and has used that extra stroke length to move into the lead as we approach the 15 metre to go mark. So Judy has moved into the lead just ahead of Isabella in this second heat, with Grace from Surrey Park in third. But it will be Judy Hussein Aman who takes this out in a time of 2:58.86, ahead of Isabella French and Grace Richards in third. Great swim there by Judy, posting a time under 3 minutes for the first time in her 200-metre breaststroke. It's always a good barrier to crack, that 3-minute barrier in your 200-metre breaststrokes. So Judy is now leading after the first two heats with that time of 2:58.86. So the third heat swimmers are behind the blocks. They've seen what the heat before them has done, and let's see what they can do in this third and final heat. Starting really strongly in lane 4 is Romy Hurd. Romy always gets off the blocks nicely and really works those underwater works. So Romy leads ahead of Annie Steele. And also swimming well is Olivia Flight and Tanya Cronin. So we're coming towards the 50-metre turn. And Romy does touch first in a 37.11, with Annie in second and Amelia Otto in third. Those swimmers were joined under the 40-second mark at that first turn by Olivia Flight in lane 1. So we had 4 swimmers, sub 40 in that opening 50. So Romy's continued to extend her lead just ever so slightly in this second 50. Is getting really good distance per stroke as she drives forward off that kick. Gets her pull done, gets back to being nice and narrow at the front, drives off those legs. So she's out to almost a 2-body length lead as we come through the 100-metre turn, and turns first in 1:19.95. Annie Steele in second, just ahead of Amelia Otto in third. So now we're moving to this all-important third 50. It's about maintaining that stroke length by keeping that stroke rate up nice and high. Almost needs to feel like a new race. That's how aggressive you need to be in that third 50 to help maintain that speed. If you feel like you're swimming at the same speed, chances are you're probably slowing down. So our swimmers here need to really attack this third 50. This is where the biggest gaps can occur. Romy Hurd's doing a really good job as she comes into the 150-metre turn and turns in a 2:03.10. And he still maintains second place ahead of Amelia Otto, with Tani Cronin in fourth. So Romy Hurd has led from the start. She's got 25 metres to go, and is going to take the title out in the girls 14-15 200-metre breaststroke Metro State Championship meet. So our Metro Long Course Championships. But tight battle for second between Annie Steele and Amelia Otto for the minor medals. Romy touches first in a 2:45.89, and on the wall it is Amelia Otto who gets the touch in a 2:49.31, 0.01 of a second ahead of Annie Steele in a 2:49.32. So good to have three swimmers under the 2-minute 50 barrier there. So good swimming from those 14 to 15-year-old girls in our 200-metre breaststroke. We're now moving on to event 17, the men's 16 and over 200-metre butterfly. We have just the one heat. And Lev Makaruskin off to the best of the starts in lane 4. Going out nice and strong. So in this 200 butterfly, it's really important. It's all about maintaining our rhythm and getting that pacing right. If you get your pacing right, 200 fly hurts just like any other 200. And Lev leads through in a 27.18. It's if you get your pacing wrong and you get too aggressive in this first 100, that you can really start to pay for it in that second 100. Lev's keeping his breathing nice and low to the water, which makes it easier to take that breath and requires less energy. Keeping that tempo up nice and high, and Lev is going to lead through the 100 in a 58.72, with Riley Mitchell in second and Isaac Ballinger in third. So that's nice, strong opening 100 from Lev. Let's see if he can maintain that rhythm in this third 50. Doing a good job for opening 25 metres. Probably get a little bit shorter than he was in this opening 100 as we approach the 15 metres left in this third 50. So Lev's keeping his tempo up nice and high, keeping that rhythm going as he goes into turn in a 1:31.86. He has an entry time of a 2:04. So it's going to be a challenge to get down towards that personal best of his, but he's doing a good job, and again, really working on maintaining that rhythm and fast recovery. In that stage, the recovery stage, is not doing anything that's propelling you forward. So it's really as important. It's nice and fast. Just try and keeping those hips and feet up as they start to drop in this final 25. But Lev's going to come into the wall and touch in a time of 2:04.89, which is right on his personal best time. So a really good swim there by Lev. Coming in for second is Riley Mitchell in 2:12.23, taking a second off his time. And Isaac in a 2:16.1, with Xavier coming in for fourth. So we've had the men's 16 and over 200 metre butterfly, and now we're going to move along to event 18, the women's 16 and over 200 metre butterfly. Again, just the one heat. But before we do that, we are going to do our medal presentations for our boys 14-15 200 breaststroke. So it looks like two of our three swimmers made their way to the dais there. And we're now moved on to the girls 14-15 200 metre breaststroke. So congratulations to our 200 breaststrokers from our 14 to 15-year-old age group, both the boys and the girls who won their medals there, as we now move along to our 16 and over 200 metre butterfly for our women. With our most experienced athlete in lane 4, Mia Hollard, 21-year-old. The rest of the field is 16 and 17. And starting off nice and strongly is Mia Yo from Haileybury. And she looks like she's going to lead through this opening 50. So again, it's really important to be positive and aggressive at the start of a 200 butterfly, but trying to feel light when you're doing that. So Mia turns first in a 31.34. And also swimming strongly in the opening 50 is Isabel King from Camberwell. So Mia has now about a body length lead over Isabel King, who's another half body length clear of Mia Hollard. So Mia Yo is going to lead through this 100-metre turn and turns first in a 107.84. I reckon that was off her feet, though, so she's probably a little bit quicker. With Isabella King maintaining second ahead of Mia Hollard in third. The battle for fourth is nice and tight between Ivy Lee and then the Nunawading teammates of Tara Barnwell and Olivia Bartlett. Mia Yo continues to lead in this third 50. That stroke rate has slowed down a little bit, though, and the margin over both Mia Hollard and Isabella King has reduced as we come into this final 50. But it does look like that Mia's got a little bit of a new lease on life in this final 50 and has been able to pick that tempo up again. And still has maintained that lead of about 5 metres as she's got 15 metres to swim. So it will be Mia Yo who comes in and takes this out in a time of 2:22.52. With Mia Hollard coming in for second in 2:27.86, and with a strong last 50, moving into third place was Tara Barnwell in 2:29.30. So nice PB there from Mia Yo, who takes 2 seconds off her entry time. As we're now going to move along to event 19, the mixed 100-metre backstroke multi-class. We're just getting the backstroke ledgers set up for our athletes. So ledgers are now set up and ready to go as our athletes enter the water. So just the one heat here of our event 19 as well, with our 3 athletes competing. So in lane 3 we have Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves. In lane 4 we have Dylan Logan from Melbourne Swim Club. In lane 5, James Logan from Melbourne Swim Club. So a reminder that swimmers are competing against their individual classification times in this event. So it's not necessarily first to the wall who's the winner, but it will be the case for Dylan and James because they're both in the S15 classification. And it is Dylan who leads through the first 50 in a 32.49, with James turning in a 40.05. And Cooper also now onto his second 50. Time didn't come up for that first 50. But Dylan's PB is a 105.59. So we'll see how close Dylan can get to that time today. He's going to be a little bit over it, but he still should be under the 110 as he comes into the wall and touches in a 108.99. With James as a personal best, an entry time of a 119.50. So James has 5 enders to swim and comes in to touch the wall in a 123.31. Cooper's entry time was a 134.23, so we'll see how close Cooper can get to that entry time, whether he can register a PB, and he does, touching in a time of 134.22. So sets a personal best by 0.01 of a second. As we move on to the medal ceremonies for our 200 metre butterfly events, beginning with event 17, the men's 200 metre butterfly. So our medal presentation for event 18, our women's 16 over 200 metre butterfly. So congratulations to our 16 and over swimmers for those 200 butterfly performances and our medal winners. As we move on to our final event of this morning's program, event 20, the men's 12 and over 400 individual medley. We have 3 heats in the water now. It's heat 1. And starting really strongly is Toby Callahan in lane 5. So a number of these swimmers may have only swum 1 or 2 400 metre individual medleys before. So we could see swimmers taking large chunks of times off their PBs, and we'll also see all the different strengths of our swimmers on display here as Toby leads through in a 29.59. So we saw some 200 metre individual medleys earlier in the program, and a 400-metre individual medley, obviously double the distance, but double the chance to work on those weaknesses and your strengths. If you do have any weaknesses in a 400 IM, they are exposed because you've got longer in each stroke. You might be able to hide it for 25 metres or so, but over swimming 100 metres of each stroke, those weaknesses will be exposed. As Toby turns through the butterfly in a 105.11. It's really good that you get out nice and strong and positive in that butterfly. Attack it. It's not trying to survive your butterfly leg. You're trying to get it done nice and fast. Trying to expend as little energy as possible while you're getting out there fast and relaxed. So Toby leads ahead of Alexander Stone and Austin Bartlett. Also swimming well is Harry McCraw in lane 3. So Toby Callahan is extending his lead into this backstroke leg, staying with a nice relaxed tempo in that opening 50 of backstroke. A number of swimmers will probably find that their second 50 of each of backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle tends to be faster than their first 50 of that stroke. Because it was really a challenge to try and hit that speed right from the start. Once you change to your new stroke, be nice and aggressive and hit that speed right from the start, not trying to build into your swim. You need to be positive once you change over. Toby's continuing to lead, is out to about a 10-metre lead now as he approaches the end of his backstroke leg. So strong fly, good backstroke, turns in a 123.34, so about a 118 backstroke leg there from Toby. Alexander Stone turning in second, and moving into third is Harry McCraw. So we're on to the breaststroke leg. Probably not Toby's strength, but he's got a nice strong lead, so hopefully he can use that lead he's got to his advantage. And sometimes when we come to our individual medleys, especially a 400 IM, just because you're good at individual breaststroke doesn't mean you're a good medley breaststroker. It's kind of a little bit different. So you're under fatigue by the time you've got to this 200 metres into the race and into this breaststroke leg. So it's all about trying to be as efficient as you can, but you do need to show some aggression to keep that speed up as Toby turns through the 250-metre mark. And Alexander Stone's probably starting to make some ground on Toby in this opening 50 metres of breaststroke, with Harry McCraw not too far away in third as well. So Toby continues to lead, but the gap's down to just under 10 metres now, and it was probably about just over 10 metres at the beginning of this breaststroke leg. So Alexander Stone has reduced the margin on his teammate from MLC, Toby Callahan, as Toby has 15 metres to go in his breaststroke leg. Toby is a strong freestyler, so we'll be looking forward to getting onto that freestyle leg as we come into the wall for Toby's breaststroke to freestyle turn, and he turns in a 3:58.79. So that was a 1:35.100 there from Toby, as Alexander turns in second with Harry in third and Austin Bartlett in fourth. So Toby has now re-established that strong lead of over 10 metres. That change of speed from the breaststroke to the freestyle opens that gap up again if you turn ahead of someone, and he's used that to his advantage. He's going to be out to nearly a 15-metre lead by the time that Alexander turns for his final 50. Yes, so Toby does lead by about 15 metres as he's entered his last 25. He's brought his legs back in, kicking nice and strongly as he works towards the wall. Toby had an entry time of 5:30.37, and he's going to come into the wall and touch here in a time of 5:05.66. So taking a big chunk off his entry time, and is looking pretty happy with himself there, as Alexander Stone takes 4 seconds off his entry time. And then it is Harry McCraw touching third in a 5:23 to take off about 15 seconds himself. So we've now got our final heat on the blocks here in event 20, the boys 12 and over 400 individual medley. It is our final heat of this morning's swimming action here on day one of our Victorian Metro Championships. In lane 4 we have Jack Gurry, off to a solid start here in the 400 IM. So we'll look for Jack to make a move through the second part of this race. Jack has a very strong breaststroke leg, and he then transfers it into a good freestyle. But leading through the opening 25 is Mitchell Stewart in 29.29, with Eric He touching the first 50 wall in second and Jack Gurry in third. So through the concluding stages of our butterfly is Eric He in lane 9, who's going to lead through after the butterfly, turning in a 1:03.08. Jack in second and Mitchell in third. So strong turn there from Jack, and he comes up half the body length clear of Eric. And now moving into second, Tannen. So Jack is leading at the moment. Obviously, Jack is our fastest qualifier and has an entry time of a 4:30.82. Is nice and strong through that back half of the race, as we know, but he is using his experience and skills over the rest of the field to still lead through this opening 200 and look for that margin to grow in this second 200. So Jack is now out to about a 2.5 body length lead as we've got 15 metres to go in this backstroke leg. He's done a really good job of Jack of just keeping that tempo up in this backstroke, especially that second 50. Stroke rate's a little bit higher than it was in that first 50. And he touches first at the end of the backstroke leg in a 2:16.04. Head of Joshua Carnes now has moved into second. And Owen Williams-Polly completes the Nunawading 1:23 after the opening 200 metres. So we'll now look for Jack Gurry to extend over the rest of the field. In this breaststroke leg. So Joshua Khan still maintains second place, but now moving through is Mitchell Stewart in lane 3 and is closing down the gap to Owen Williams-Polly in lane 2. Jack turns at the 250 metre mark and is out to almost a 10-second lead. It's about 8 seconds over Tannen in second and Mitchell in third. So Nunawading in the lead, followed by our two Surrey Park swimmers as we move halfway through our breaststroke leg. So Jack out by almost 15 metres now as he's kept the pressure on in this breaststroke leg and will turn into the freestyle with a nice margin and kept that tempo up through that second 50, turns in 3:32.26. Pops up at about 6.5 metres off the wall. Keeps that tempo going right from the start in his freestyle as the two Surrey Park boys turn nice and even in second and third, ahead of the next two Nunawading swimmers with Joshua Cairns and Owen Williams-Polly in fourth and fifth. So we know that it is going to be Jack Gurry who takes this one out as he leads over 15 metres with 50 metres to swim. As he did a 32-second first 50 for his freestyle. But it is a battle for second, third, fourth and fifth here in this heat. Tannen maintains second place, but moving into third is a battle between Mitchell Stewart, Joshua Carnes and Owen Williams-Polly, all within a second of each other. But the margin's going to be about 20 metres for Jack Gurry as he takes this out in a time of 2:36.02. Tannen comfortably in second now, and with a really tight battle for third, but it is Tannen who comes in to touch second, with third place going to Joshua Cairns just in a 4:51.79. Nice couple of second PB there from Josh. So that is going to conclude this morning's action on day one of our Victorian Metro Championships.
Medal presentation for event 19.
So we're just got a couple medal ceremonies to finish the morning off, beginning with our mixed 100-metre backstroke multi-class.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, James Logan, Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, winner of the gold medal with 460 points in a time of 1:08.99 was Dylan Logan in a time of Melbourne Swimming Club. Congratulations, competitors.
So we'll have our medal ceremonies once the results come through for event 20. The boys, or the men's 12 and over 400 metre individual medley. But we look forward to you guys joining us again this afternoon for the second session of the Victorian Metro Championships. And we look forward to having you then. Goodbye.
Thank you, Tom Kent, State officials for your work this morning. We have presentations for event 20, the boys 12 to 13 metres 400 metres individual medley. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Anne J. Lamb, Northwest Aquatic.
our Metro long course. We had the regional ones last weekend. And I was just chatting to Nick, one of our commentators, who said it went really well. And so, yeah, we're needing a few more volunteers from our clubs to come on down before we begin some of our lap counters. That's important for our 800 metres. But, yeah, it's good to be back here. Melbourne, swimming, bringing all of our events back, thanks to Swimming Victoria, putting in the hard yards over summer to bring these events to us. And just nice to see everyone back at the pool and on deck and up in the crowd. It's been a dodgy couple of years. We came back last year, which was really nice and exciting, but it's probably been, the first time for some of these. So, yeah, it's probably the first race time or event for some of these swimmers here coming out of COVID, being, young'uns. 12 plus, so it could be a couple of our 12-year-olds who are entering here today. Might be their first major swim meet. Been training over the summer at their local clubs. It's good to see our clubs having lots of entries from far and wide. We've got some from Nuttawading, who's always around, Swimland Swim, Surrey Park, Lilydale, as we said, CA Tritons, Loretto Aquatic as well, Camberwell Grammar Aquatic too. Some of our clubs that are school-based have entered some athletes as well. But yeah, it's just nice to be back here again. Swimming's about a community, and it's just so nice to see everyone out and about, and it's a beautiful summer's day. Everyone's got their singlets and dresses and sunnies on. It's nice to just spend a day at the pool. It's quite relaxed. There's a light breeze here at MSAC as well, which is really nice. Nothing that's going to impact our swimmers, which is good. And we've brought in our event gear. Signage is all up. Funky Trunks, one of our sponsors for Swimming Victoria, popping up in the back here. But it's great to have Swim TV where you can watch from anywhere in Victoria. So you might be a parent at home, a grandparent. You might even be at work. Some people haven't made it a long weekend this weekend. So you might be watching from the tea room, from the desk, got the headphones in. And so it's just awesome technology that Swimming Victoria have taken on board with Swim TV and live streaming all the events. So, wherever you are in the world, you can, watch your athlete race and do their very best. And that's what it's all about. And so all of our coaches are here as well. Everyone's got their accreditation, their card, so they can be out here on pool deck. And so, bringing back events thanks to Swimming Victoria and everyone involved, really. It's good to see our technical officials out on deck sorting things out before we start. Hopefully it's not too long now, a couple of minutes we should be expected. They are quite orderly, our technical officials, and like to run on time. We nickname them TOs, the abbreviation just for short. And I was just chatting to one of them before, Ben. And so Ben is based in Sydney but has come down and manages our technical officials from Swimming Australia, works part-time there, which is good. So it's good to have experience from, different states and areas, and that, Swimming Australia is all about the development of our events as well and partakes. I've seen Narelle from Swimming Victoria, one of our event managers, walking around supervising, and Jason Helwig as well, our CEO, is here too today, connecting back with the community. He's always up for a chat, which is good. Good old Jace. You never know, he might even come on the mic a little later. But yeah, Albert Park is looking stunning today. I rode my bike in just from down the road in Elwood, which is not too far from Albert Park. And rode around the lake to get here. Well, some of it anyway. And lots of activity here in Melbourne. I mean, Albert Park is where, the famous F1 races happen. And that'll be coming up very shortly as well. Time just flies, doesn't it? So early April is when F1 starts here. But I'm just out and about today on this gorgeous summer's day. There's people riding their bikes, running, walking, which is just, good to see around the area, as we said. Feel like it's almost finally, gotten back to normal. And I'll tell you what, our swimmers are ready to race. Final touches just now. Hopefully we won't be too far away in beginning. So as I mentioned before, we've got our event 21 that we're starting with here this afternoon in our session. We'll be going till about 6:30 with all of our events here today. We've got our first heat to kick us off, our women's 12 and over 800 metre freestyle.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to session 2 of the Metro Long Course Championships. Your referees for this afternoon are Adrian Maloney and Margaret Arnold, and the starters for this afternoon are Margaret Arnold and Adrian Maloney. Thank you and good luck everyone.
And here we go, underway up on the blocks. And we don't have Rose Vaughan in lane 5, but we have the other girls. So Lucinda Hughes in lane 3 from Essendon District Aquatic. And then just popping out in front at the moment is Indiana Clarkson, who's gotten just an arm length out in front just on that start there as she dove in. And she's from Lilydale Swimming Club. Rose Vaughan not in the race today, but in lane 6 we have Maisie Graves from Surrey Park Swimming Club. And it's a tight one at the moment. It was still Indiana Clarkson out in front in lane 4, touching her first 50 just over 35 seconds, but not too far behind is Lucinda Hughes. And just nice, beautiful strokes just here. Lucinda Hughes in lane 3, just behind just here at the moment. Indiana still out in front as she'll touch the first 100 metres at 1:17.79. Not too far behind, just under a second. Lucinda Hughes in lane 3 and Maisie Graves at the 100 metre mark, 1:21.86. And so looking nice and comfortable, the girls. And that's what you have to do in the 800 metres. You just have to swim your own race. I'm sure they've got a race plan from their coaches and pacing themselves. 150 metre mark just here. And quite even hitting the line. Indiana Clarkson in lane 4, just out in front. So her qualifying time was 11:02.13. And then just behind with her qualifying was Lucinda Hughes, who's in lane 3, 11:09.17. So Indiana, the front runner in the qualifying time. So let's see if Lucinda Hughes can keep up with her to that very end. She's stroke for stroke at the moment, but just an arm length behind. But the girls, just looking nice and comfortable for our first event of the afternoon. 200 metres down just now. That's a quarter of the way through our 800-metre race. This is our first heat of 3. And we've got the music here on at MSAC. Wonder if the girls in the pool can actually hear it. And Indiana Clarkson, according to the board, coming out just in front here as well. And we've got our lap counters flipping the laps over. Just under 9 to go, but looking good. Indiana Clarkson in lane 4 and Lucinda Hughes now. It's really neck and neck at this stage. They've just passed me at the commentary table, and it is still Indiana Clarkson just out in front by a hand at the moment. There would have been a lot of preparation for this race here this morning. A lot of hours spent in the pool when it comes to 800 metres. And still just under halfway at this point in time. A few whistles from the crowd just now, actually. And we can hear someone yelling out as well for lane 6, Maisie Graves from Surrey Park, yelling out, "Go Daisy," as she's down our finish end of the pool just here. And there's another couple of laps down. 9 more to go in our race. Our first heat of 800 metres. And we'll see what times they end up getting. It's about, chasing those personal bests here. This is our slowest heat of qualifying out of the 3, but every race is a chance of development for our athletes. Let's see who's just out in front at the moment. It's going to be a tight one, hopefully, to the end. That's almost as close as you can get it. 5:31.23 for Lucinda Hughes. She's out in front now for the first time against Indiana Clarkson, just behind, and is really just pushed off the wall just there. She is almost a body length out in front just now, turning up that pace. And looking good, pacing that stroke out. She's going to stretch towards that wall, and if she continues at this steady rate, which is just a little bit higher than Indiana just there in lane 4, if she continues like this, she'll be looking in good form. And we've just got 200 metres left of our race just here. So that is the 600 metre mark, and Lucinda Hughes out in front, 6:52.35. She is just zoomed away in that last 100 metres just there. Indiana Clarkson still looking nice and comfortable, but Lucinda just picking that pace up. And at that 600 metre mark, Maisie hitting the wall there, 7:17.98. But yeah, on that steady increase of pace, Lucinda Hughes, very impressive. And a big push off there. She'd have to know that she's lost sight of Indiana now. She's out in front, and if she just can keep this up for the next under 150 metres. She's got it in the bag. Time-wise, they're ahead of their qualifying times, which is really good to see. But yeah, nice and cruisy. This 800 metres is for our first heat of our women's 12 plus. And so it being all heats, meaning these are timed finals. All right, final 100 metres here for Lucinda Hughes and now Indiana Clarkson. Let's see if Indiana picks up this pace a little more. Maisie Graves doing well as well. But Lucinda on her game right now. With these long races as well, there's got to be sort of a mental game you've got to weave into the race too. At what marks and what points are you thinking? The counts of the stroke, following that black line, looking around, seeing who's in the lanes next to you. And I think I'm a little ahead of myself just here, actually. This is not the final 150 metres. Unless I am wrong and they've just blown the times out of the water. Nope, we have one more lap to go. So 100 metres. At the 700 metre mark, Lucinda Hughes, 9:39.73. At the 700 metre mark, 9:50.38 for Indiana Clarkson. And so qualifying time for Lucinda Hughes was 11:09.17, which was just behind Indiana Clarkson's 11:02.13, and they're going to absolutely shave some time off those qualifying times, which is awesome to see. Claps from the crowd. Final 50 metres here for Lucinda in lane 3 from Essendon District Aquatic. And she's got a little bit more splash in her kick just here as well, picking up that pace. She knows from that whistle it was the final 100 metres, pumping whatever energy she has left out. That's a nice, strong finish that it's going to be here for Lucinda Hughes. $10:56.65. Awesome effort. That is over 10 seconds that she has shaved off her qualifying time, so I'm sure that is a PB. Congratulations, Lucinda Hughes. And then Indiana Clarkson, 11:11.63. Just a fair bit over her time, about 9 seconds over that qualifying, but well done for that good finish. And then another cheer out from the crowd here for Maisie Graves in lane 6 from Surrey Park. Coming towards that final stretch. Great pace towards the wall as well too. 11:38.37. Great swim, girls. Our first one of session 2 for our 2023 Metro Long Course Champs here at MSAC. Heat 2 out of 3 coming up next. And the girls are off. That is a nice start there in lane 4 by Hayley Barkley. We have all lanes of the pool full here for this race. And at the 50-metre mark, touching that wall first. Let's check out their time. Bethany Forster in lane 2, 32.20. 2:22 out in front. Not too far behind her, Nev Turton in lane 1. But it's Bethany Forster in lane 2, leading at the moment with the blue cap on. She is from Swimland Swim Club. Not far behind her is Hayley Barkley now from MLC in lane 4, keeping it there. And then Julia Stripkovic from Peninsula Hurricanes Swimming. That is 100 metres down out of our second heat for our 800 metre 12 plus heat here. Bethany Hamilton looking nice. That big right arm swinging over. Bit of power in that as she pushes it down through the water. So she's still going to be out in front. Looking like it's followed by Hayley Barkley still. But Julia not too far behind, just 2 seconds behind as they've hit their 150 metre mark. And so it's actually Ella Irvine in lane 3 from Nuttawading that... Sorry, it is Hayley Barkley in lane 4 from MLC that did have our fastest qualifying time. Be watching her, 10:24.44 was her qualifying time. And for who is out in front, Bethany Forster, 10:38.97 was her qualifying time. And so 200 metres down, 600 to go. Hayley Barkley just catching a little bit just there. And then Julia Stripkovic in lane 5 from Peninsula Hurricanes is there next. And then it's a close one. In lane 3 we have Ella Irvine as well, hitting the wall just there. Bethany Forster still in front at that turn by a couple of seconds just there. And yeah, big swinging arm over, not too much bend in that right elbow, but lots of power to scoop down into the water. And a kick underneath as well. 300 metre mark down for our leaders just here. Bethany Forster, followed by Hayley Barkley. Ella Irvine speeding up just there to be taking third position. And geez, they're looking after me here, Swimming Victoria. I've just scored myself a pineapple Zupa Duper. And for a hot day like this today, you know, talking a lot, it's only just started today, nothing better than a cold icy pole, right? Bethany Forster still proving nice and strong, 4:23.66 at that turn just there. Followed by Hayley Barker, Ella Irvine, and then Julia Stripkovic. Not too far behind as well. So be watching these four just here. There will be a little bit more of a chase from the group as well. Over in lane 0, we have Amelie Thepanis Madison, if hopefully I said her last name correctly, who's on the chase as well to catch the final front group here. So that is halfway through our 800 metres for our second heat here. 400 metres down just now as they come into the wall, and it is Bethany Forster in the blue cap, just as blue as the water, who's out in front. She's breathing on both sides. She takes 4 strokes, she breathes to the left, 4 strokes, breathing to the right. and even alternating there, just adding a couple more breaths in between two. And then in lane 4, we've got Hayley breathing from that same side there, that left side. And so catching Hayley Barkley at the moment is Julia Stripkovic. And they're not too far behind, just by a body length at the moment. Oh, that is Julia. It's Ella Irvine in lane 3 from Nunawading, pushing out in front here to be second on that leaderboard here at the moment. I feel like she's got a bit of a fire in her belly and is going to be chasing Bethany Forster coming to these final few hundred metres. And so with her second fastest qualifying time, it was Ella Irvine. But Julia Stripkovic has really pushed to catch the girls just here in that second, third and fourth position. And then next we have Celeste Cheng in lane 6, Grace Richards in 7. To be watching for their times, and just even at the moment, they're 2 in lane 8 and 9. We've got Alexis McCarthy and Yuxi Liu as well. And so just at our 600 metre mark here, Bethany Forster still nice and out in front by about 2 body lengths before Ella Irvine is catching her toes just here. But yeah, I reckon we need to be watching lane 3. Ella is going to be motivated to catch her, that's for sure. She's even got a pace up just here, going through the motions of the race. Steady in lane 0 as well with Amelie. And it's Julia Stripkovic in lane 5 that has just caught a little bit on Hayley Barkley at the moment. And Hayley Barkley did qualify with the fastest time, so still be watching lane 4 as she does the chase towards the finish with these final metres as well. But yeah, the 800 metres, what a journey it is. I mean, 1,500 metres, whew, but 800 metres, you've got to have a little bit more of a faster pace to keep on it, and you really just need to, focus on your own swim and your own race. If you keep looking around at everyone else, it's when you're going to forget what your coaches and your plan has been. I'll tell you who is focused at the moment. It is Ella Irvine in lane 3. She has caught the toes of Bethany Forster. Let's see if Bethany can hold on to that lead the entire way. The whistles hallooing in the ears of the girls. Julia in lane 5 has picked up pace towards that final turn there as well. Reddish pink cap on. She is going to be on the chase, but it is Ella Irvine from Nunawading in the white cap with the red N on it in lane 3. Pushing out in front. She is now overtaken Bethany in lane 2, and Bethany will be spitting chips. She's been leading this whole time. She knows she's been passed, and she's got this final turn just here. Be watching lane 2. Bethany's in it. And lane 3 with Ella. It is going to be a hot finish just here. There is more white water as they're splashing around, kicking, powering forward. Ella out in front now. She's really charged home in these final 50 metres. Bethany has not given up whatsoever. It is Ella who has pushed forward and has really just raced against her own clock here. Finishing off in first, 10:15.15. Smashing out her qualifying time by about 20 seconds. Congratulations, and also an amazing effort to Bethany Forster from Swimland, 10, 18, 11. Also smashing out her qualifying time by 20 seconds as well. You would have to be pleased with that as our girls come in towards the wall. Third, Julia Stripkovic. She really made a dash for it. Hey, 10, 23, 28, not too far behind our leaders just there. Congratulations, girls. That was Heat 2. Heat 3 coming up for our 800 women's, 12-year-old onwards. And the girls are off a little bit more pace in this heat, as we should expect. Quite even across the board. Our first 4 middle lanes out in front as probably expected. And it is lane 5. Who do we have? It is Greta Seville from Hailberry Aquatic, who has got a fantastic start just here. Touching that first 50 metres, 32.21 just there. And she's looking good out in front there. Not too far behind is lane 5 though. We have... Oh, wait, sorry, that's Greta Seville in lane 5. It is lane 3 to be watching for, Kira Mooney. So Greta tapping that. That's 100 metres down just now in our 800 metres. Kiara Mooney not too far behind, though. That's Kiara from Cheltenham Amateur Swimming. And from Surrey Park, we have Natasha Coleman in lane 4. Keep an eye out on her as well. And then lane 7 just there, Madison Brand from Hailberry Aquatic as well. So it would be Greta and Madison who would train together. They would know themselves and their race plans very well, I would believe. And would you look at that? It is still Greta out in front. Lane 5. Kiara only an arm's length away from her at the moment. $200 metres down in our 800 metre race. Greta hitting that mark 2 minutes 18.91. And then coming up as well, Judy Hussein Eman from MLC in lane 2. She's about as even as Madison Brand there. And then floating behind just there, keeping a pace on. We have lane 1, we have Sophia Hogg. And in lane 8, lane 6, should I say, Alice Evans. And then just in lane 8 and 9, keeping together there is Lucy Crouch and Sienna Scodella. So looking at all the split times just here, Greta Seville looking nice and comfortable. Great turn. Breathing every stroke as she comes up to the left of her body to breathe. Whereas we have Kiara Mooney also with the same tactic just there, keeping a big pace. I feel like there's a bit of energy output happening just here. She's trying to keep Greta on her toes, that's for sure. Greta Seville looking beautifully with all of her strokes. 400 metres down, halfway through our race. Hitting the wall there, 4:40.82. Not far behind, Kiara Mooney, 4:45.22. So just 5 seconds behind. Not too far in the pool, but Greta's just got some beautiful upper body power just there. Her arms doing majority of the work, and on this lap just here, breathing to the right this time. And so it was actually Natasha Coleman in lane 4 from Surrey Park who qualified with the fastest time, 9:13.81. I always think with a faster qualifying time, you got to watch out for them. They could be a little bit sneaky in those, first 600 metres of an 800-metre race. And they can pip back up and have a strong swim home. And she's not too far behind. It's still doable at this stage. As that's the 500-metre mark just there. But Greta looking nice and strong. Looking like quite a tall athlete. And as I said, she's looking fantastic with quite a lot of upper body strength. And then be looking over in lane 2. So that's Judy Hussein Aman from MLC as well. Keeping up there with Natasha in lane 4. This is our 600-metre mark for Heat 3 for our 12 and over women's 800 metres today. Timed finals. So it's most likely this is going to be our fastest heat, our third and final heat, that, we'll be watching these girls for their times. But steaming ahead is Greta Seville from Halberry Aquatic. Looking in fine form. Her and her coach will be very pleased. Claps coming from the stadium now to cheer on our swimmers. It's a long way. Mammoth effort for 800. You've got to keep that pace up. You've got to keep that mental strength going for what you're telling yourself at every split. Our technical officials have come up on the blocks for our first whistle. The whistle means the final lap. So for us here, it is a final 100 metres. Next up, Kiara Mooney in lane 3, getting that whistle. Exerting a lot of energy. She is going to be pushing herself to reduce that gap. And there you go. You've got Judy Hussein Aman in lane 2, coming in third just here, and behind her, Natasha Coleman in lane 4, and that's going to be a tight finish. Also coming up in lane 7, let's be watching for that third position. So that's Madison Brand as well. The three are very even across the pool just here. And be watching lane 5, Greta Seville from Halberry Aquatic, smashing out this 800. 9:18.75 is her finishing time. Coming in second just here, Kiara Mooney, 9:35.20. And that is a PB for her. She would be very pleased. And in lane 2, Judy Hussein Aman, congratulations. Got that one over Natasha Coleman in lane 4 just there. Looking up at the board. Out of breath the girls are. They've really pushed it for this last 100 metres. So that was Greta Seville, lane 5. Kiara Mooney, lane 3, and then third, that was Judy Hussein Aman. Coming in now, we have lane 1, Sophia Hogg. Nice work, a great swim, and close to finish just here. Lanes 8 and 9, Lucy Crouch in 8, and Sienna Scadella in lane 9. Lucy just had her there at the end. And now looking to the other end of our pool, we have our first 50 metres of our session. Is our mixed 50 metre backstroke for our multi-class swimmers. And so in lane 2, we have Samantha Gawaya, S9 from Yarra Plenty Waves. Also from the same club, Cooper Harrington in lane 3, S14. Lane 4, Dylan Logan, S15, from Melbourne Swimming Club. And also from Melbourne Swimming Club, James Logan, S15 in lane 5, and Laura Stobie, S8 in lane 6. And away they go just here. So being in the same classification, Dylan Logan and James Logan, brothers, in lane 4 and 5 will be swimming against each other directly with their times. And it looks like Dylan is powering in that backstroke just there. Big long arms coming over, pushing that water down and away. And compared to our 800 metres just there, it is over before you know it. He's smashed it out, 31.14. James not too far behind, 38.33. And then in lane 3, we have Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves, S14 just there, hitting the wall. And going to be bringing it home. Different classifications. Laura Stobie, S8 in lane 6 is coming up next. Lots of effort as she's following that lane rope. Doing super well. And then smooth strokes to the finish, Samantha Gawaya, S9 from Yarra Plenty Waves. Their times will be all popped into that classification algorithm for that final outcome. Awesome work. We're into our next race. Event 23, our boys 18 and under, 100 metre breaststroke. Sorry, 11 and under. So swinging their arms up. Our young'uns of our Metro champs just here. It's so good to see. This might be their actually first ever race here at MSAC. And we love swimmers that are debuting. It's a super special experience. They'd have lots of teammates and club mates all out in the crowd here. And I saw a wave. Someone's parents or family and friends must be in the crowd there too. Really good to see. And so we've got 2 heats here. This is our first heat. We're just finishing getting our multi-class swimmers out of the pool nice and safely, and then we'll be underway. Nice work. First out of the water there was Aaron Liu in lane 8. But it is all the Nunawading crew, especially in lanes 4, 5 and 6 just there. Peter Kim in lane 4. But out in front we've got Andrew Wang in lane 5. Nunawading always known for their breaststroke. And look at these little superstars go. So at the moment it's between Andrew Wang and Peter Kim, lane 5 and 4. Let's see who hits that halfway mark. Out in front. And it's Andrew Wang, 45.05, just over a second behind Peter Kim. Followed by Titius Zayao Wu in lane 7 as well. Also from Nunawading. And for their age, super proud of these boys. Strokes looking great. Focusing out and forward, a big push through and then a big kick to propel them forward. And Peter Kim looking nice and confident, especially for his age, out in front, shoulders coming out of the water, pushing out and forward, coming towards that line. Andrew Wang and then Jacob Guhan in lane 6. First, second, and then third. There we go. Nice work. And Titus in lane 7. And then Jacob Lamb in lane 3 as well. Well done to all of our boys here in our first out of 2 heats for our 111 and under boys breaststroke. All right, let's see what happens here in Heat 2. Coming up out of the water there. First was Gianluca over in lane 0. Be watching, but it was a little bit underwater for a little bit longer with that dive in for our boys in the middle lane. And we have in lane 4 Quinn Richards from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic coming up nice and strong, but out in front is Aston Wilson from Surrey Park in lane 5 just here as they're about to hit the 100-metre mark. We've got a couple of the Nunawading boys. Jaden Zeng in lane 6 and Lev Jushlik in lane 7 to be watching as well. It'd be interesting to see if Aston Wilson from Surrey Park holds that lead just here. Surrey Park also known for its breaststroke too. Jamie Dong in lane 2. Pushing out in front as well. Is it enough to catch? It is Quinn Richards from Camberwell now, chasing down Aston in that blue cap there. Surrey Park leading out in front. There's the shouts from the coaches just there as they pop their heads up. He's going to look and finish nice and strong just there. Chasing him, but not enough, I don't think. It is Aston Wilson from Surrey Park, 1:24.83. Quinn Richards from Camberwell, 1:25.49. And then a few seconds behind there, Jamie Dong from Surrey Park had a great chase on in that second 100 metres. Awesome work, guys, on all. Congratulations to all our medal winners here today in our time finals. We will be having more presentations as we go through our session 2 today for our 2023 Metro Long Course Championships here at MSAC. We now have event 24 underway. Girls 11 and under, 100 metre breaststroke. We just had the boys. It's now the girls' turn to turn up that heat in the pool today. Coming up to the halfway mark, looking nice and strong. Out in front there, Renee Lister in lane 4 from Yarra Plenty Waves. Not too far behind her, though. It's hot on her tail is Jumanara Farmi. Hopefully I said her name correctly for her and her family from Nuttawading in lane 5. And then in lane 6 from Swimland Swim Club in the blue cap, Emily Proctor. And then just behind her, we have Evie Brooknecker from Flyers Swim Team. But looking really nice is Renee Lister, the black cap from Yarra Plenty Waves, looking out in front, shoulders popping out of the water. Her hands kind of going up and then back into the water rather than staying submerged just there. But that technique is working for her. She is out in front. Our timekeeper's ready to pop those times in just there. Renee Lister, 1 minute 33.22. Awesome swim. She's looking up at the clock just there. What did she get? And then Jumanara from Nuttawading, followed by Emily Proctor. So close, actually. Emily Proctor's the one that just snatched that second place with that time out in front. 0.23 to 0.28. Nice work, Emily. Pipped her at the post just there. Heat 1 done. 2 more heats to go. 3 heats for our girls 11 and under 100 metre breaststroke. And away they go. That was a really nice start just there by lane 9, Adeline's Son from Nuttawading. She's just out in front just here. Let's see if she can hold it. I love when there's a bit of a challenge from our outside lanes, but same with our boys. These girls, it could be their very first competitive race here at MSAC. So congratulations to all of our entries for our 11 and unders for our breaststroke event here. Has she held it out at lane 9? Let's find out. Nah, Jolene Chu out in front, 44.72 for her, the halfway mark. Adeline definitely gave it a crack just there in front of about half of the race here. And I think Jolene's been taken away from that leader position just there. Be looking at lane 6. Tiffany Miette from Melbourne Vic Centre. Just out in front, chasing her is Layan in Surrey Park in lane 1. I reckon Tiffany's just got that one just here. Nicely done, Tiff. Layan from Surrey Park, 1:35.53. Couple of seconds just behind Tiffany, 1:33.79. And then it was Adeline's Son who actually chased up towards the end just there. Nice work, Adeline. 1:36.76. Heat 3 of 3 coming up. And off we go, just coming out in front after the dive there, lane 8. That is Lucy Reed from MLC. Always interested to see if they can hold the lead from that start. She's keeping up the pace, so I reckon she's going to be hitting that halfway mark at the 50 in first position. Not too far behind. Be looking at lane 4, Cecilia Jintong Yang from Southeast Swimming Club in the yellow cap. And Lucy has hit the wall first for the halfway mark, 40.85, followed by Cecilia. And then we have Elsa Wang as well in third just here from Melbourne Swimming Club. Oh, but I reckon there's a lot of cheers and goes from the crowd, from all the coaches up in the front row. It's going to be a bit of a battle, yeah. Be watching lane 8 and lane 4. That is Lucy Reed, lane 8. Cecilia Jingtong Yang, lane 4. And Cecilia is just out in front. But Lucy has very long arms just here. Her stroke rate is less. Let's see. And it is Lucy Reed stretching out of those beautiful long strokes, 1:26.58. Congratulations, Cecilia, as well. No, they flipped it on the board. I thought that Cecilia's smaller strokes has got her closer and quicker to that wall, and that is correct. Cecilia Jintong Yang in 4, coming in first there, 1:26.09. Lucy Reed just second there. Longer strokes, beautiful long strokes, but just pipped at the end with them. Next event, event 25, our boys 12 to 13, 100 metre butterfly. And coming out of the water just there is Bill Wang first in lane 3 from Southeast Swimming Club in the yellow cap. But popping out of the water and the big arms over and out is the purple cap, Hugo Carson in lane 4 from Western Aquatic Swimming Academy. And then in lane 5, just third here at the moment, Marco French from MLC. But yeah, Hugo Carson looking really good to see. He's going to get that touch for the halfway mark. 38.07. Bill, couple of seconds behind 39.53. And then Marco French, 42.07. And it just looks like Hugo Carson is just propelling himself more forward than up. He's pushing a little bit further, bigger arms coming across, closer to the water. Whereas coming out a little bit up and out of the water is Bill Wang just there. So a little bit of different technique. He is pushing that pace just there, Bill is. But not sure if he's going to get it. Hugo Carson out in front. Watch Marco French, though, coming back. Let's see who gets the wall first. Exciting finish. Oh, wow. Who would have thought it was really just that final 5 meters? Bill Wang, 1:27.27. Marco French, 1:27.71. And then Hugo Carson losing that lead just in those final few meters, 1:36.7. Brilliant swim, boys. And this is our second heat just here. Coming up out in front, I believe that's lane 5 just there. That is Stefan Batan from MLC. Very close across the board there. Luca Lim in lane 4. Benjamin Van Dyke in lane 6. Be watching them very close in lane 3 as well. We've got William Caro and 2, Jordan Silva. And it was Benjamin Van Dyke from Yarra Plenty, 34.39. Just there at the one and only turn in our 100-meter butterfly. Lots of cheers and ups from our coaches in the crowd just here. Oh, and looking really nice coming in here. Lane 5, Stefan Batan really gained some speed in that second 50. He is going to pip it right there. 1:15 on the dot. Just behind Luca Lim, 1:15.20. And then from Nuttawading, Jordan Silva, 1:16.90 with the third best time. That is heat 2 of 5. Nice work, team. And a bit more of a splash just there. Heat 3, we are in it now. Lane 7 out in front. That is Julian Birch from Loreto Aquatic. They qualified with a time of 1:17.58. Let's see if they can hold that lead. Lane 1 also looking nice over there. Or lane 0, I should say. Eugene Tang from MIS. And it is Julian Birch who was leading at the start, 31.97 on that turn, not too far behind. Eugene Tang, just mentioned. But be watching Noah Chappell in lane 3, and also Mark Tomei and Luca Henderson, lanes 5 and 6, will be on the chase too. But Eugene in lane 0. Love when the outside lanes challenge those times. Out in front here, although being followed by Noah Chappell in lane 3. He has just taken over the lead here. Julian Birch, also from Loreto Aquatic in lane 7. Coming to the close, 1:13.17, Noah Chappell, lane 3. 1:14.94 for Julian Birch. And then, flipping it. He came in third just there, but Eugene Tang in lane 0 second. Nice to see that he could hold on. Big thumbs up just there to his mate in the other lane. He would be very happy. Well done. Heat 4 coming up. And so this is heat 4 of our boys, 12 to 13, 100-metre butterfly. Just coming into their own just here. They would have had a bit of a growth spurt between these ages. Broader shoulders, gaining a little bit more muscle. Maturation of the bodies. Coming out in front was lane 8 just there. That was Lachlan Gilbertson. But it is said that in lane... No, that's right. Lachlan Gilbertson hitting that wall for the halfway mark first. Be watching Liam Walker in lane 0 as well on the outside. Really going to give them a run for their money. From Melbourne Swimming Club, we have Tyler Miet in lane 3. Really pushing it. Harold Zhu from Nuttawading. Also as well, chasing Valen Gray, lane 4. Is he going to make it? Let's find out. And it is Lachlan Gilbertson. Congratulations. Holding that lead the whole way through that race. 1:11.65. Valen Gray in lane 4. Not too far behind. Less than a second. 1:12.27. Oh, and Matthew Moran up on the board just there in second. 1:12.15. Then followed by Valen Gray. Nice work. A good finish. Heat 5 coming up. And so we have our fastest qualifying times here in Heat 5 of 5. 12 to 13-year-old 100-metre butterfly coming out in front at the moment. We've got Lamel Jurasin from Nuttawading. Let's see what the boys do at the halfway mark just here. It is close in those middle two lanes, 4 and 5. But it is William Tan has popped up on the board, 30.72. Be watching him from St. Leonard's in lane number 2. Really big power coming from those arms there. Watching in the white cap. Chasing him though, Lewis Gee from Nuttawading in lane 4. He has just come out in front. Jarius Chang though in lane 7, but it is Bartosz Opwich. Lane 6. That last 25 metres, a big slam on that wall with both hands, looking up at the board, hanging onto the blocks. He's got to be pleased with that one. Bit of a fist pump in the air. Love a little bit of satisfactory celebration. 1:04.17. And this is our event 26 girls 12 to 13 100 metre butterfly heat 1 of 5. We have in the water at the moment in lane 3 Zara Skinner from Melbourne Vic Centre, in lane 4 Maggie Zhang from Nuttawading, and then in lane 5 Kelly Jung also from Nuttawading. And so it is Maggie Zhang at the moment leading out in front here as we come to our halfway mark. Let's see what happens. She's just going to get that tap out in front. 42.35, not too far behind. Awesome swim for these girls here, giving it a real crack. Butterfly, I reckon, is the hardest stroke. Breaststroke's pretty technical as well, but butterfly takes so much upper body strength for that big kick by the legs to push that upper body up and over. You really need some power in those arms, lifting them, and they're really doing it in style. And it is Kelly Jung in lane 5 who's got a little bit more flatter technique with those arms just there, and it's working for her. She's got her head up, pushing it out in front. Maddie Zhang following just behind. Zara Skinner in lane 3, not too far as well, but it is Kelly Jung 1:33.84. And here we go. A great start there by Macy Clarkson in lane 0. Let's see if she can stick with that. But lane 7 is out in front. That is Madison Brown from Ringwood Swimming Club. Not too far behind her. Hot on her heels in the lane. Just one over is Whelan Trong from Nuttawading in lane 6. And be looking at lane 2 as well. We've got Lily Chang from Nuttawading. Lane 3 from DVE Aquatic, Ariana Butur as well. But it was Madison Brown in lane 7 hitting the halfway mark there. 50 metres down. As I said, be watching lane 0 just there on the outside. Macy Clark. She's going to be coming in strong just here. She can't see as far across, I don't think. Madison Brown. Big whistle from the crowd just here. She's out in front by just over a body length, looking nice and comfortable. Great flow of that body coming into the wall just here. 1:16.86. Macy Clarkson, lane 0, tapping 1:21.78. Close for third just here. It's between Amelia, and she's got it. 1:28.48. Just behind her is Whelan Trong, 1:29.40. Coming up next, heat 3. Lane 3 here, heat 3 here. Be watching lane 9. That was Leona Lo Hermes from Nuttawading, getting a great cracking start just there. Lifting up and over with the arms, a great flow of the body, looking forward with those eyes. Be watching lane 7 though. Madeline Harvey from Halberry Aquatic. 50 metre mark here, the halfway of our 100 metres. 34.64, Madeline Harvey. Not too far behind though, Olivia Yang. Southeast Aquatic, Southeast Swimming Club in lane 5. She's got the yellow cap on just here. not too far behind her as well. Keely Watkins from Halbury in lane 4. Really, it helps when you got someone in the lane next to you because you know you got to keep going. They're out in front. You got to chase them. Olivia Yang looking really good, though, chasing her. Madeline Harvey. Is she going to make it? I think Olivia's just too far out in front right here towards the end, and she's got it. Awesome swim. 1:17.13. 1 second behind. 1:18.21 is Keely Watkins. And then, that was third fastest time, Keely Watkins. And then Madeline Harvey, 1:17.13. Fantastic swim, Olivia Yang. Coming up, our fourth heat. A great start by Octavia Maloney in lane 9 just there. Bayside Swimming Club. Let's see if she can hold on. She's in the lead at the moment, although lane 7 is looking very close. We're going to be looking at Lucy Doyle from Nuttawading just there. Matilda Clark from Surrey Park just a tiny bit behind. Check out lane 3 though. Zara Jeffrey, 33.69 on that split. Octavia Maloney coming in halfway mark is the leader. Again, loving that outside lane challenge. Bringing it home. Watching as well. Lane 1 over there. We have Yarulin Wang from Essendon District Aquatic. Coming in second at the moment, being challenged by lane 7, although she is coming out in front just there. Lucy Doyle from Nuttawading couldn't just make it. It's Zara Jeffrey from Camberwell, 1:11.71. Great chase by Lucy Doyle that last 50 metres. She really tried to own it there and almost did it. Great swim. Our final heat just here. Coming up last out of the water, lane 9. That is Arabella Tomlinson from Melbourne Swimming Club with Caitlin Ord right next to her from the same club as well. Out in front, but be watching lane 5 just there as well. We have Mia Bates from St. Leonard's. It's Gemma Sullivan though in Bayside lane 4 with the fastest qualifying time. She'll be on the chase. Mia Bates leading at the moment. 32.26 was that 50-metre turn just there. And we have got some nice competition. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 really challenging there. Mia Bates, lane 5, still out in front. Being chased down by Gemma Sullivan with the fastest qualifying time. Watching Arika Ndeko. Surrey Park, lane 1, really pushing out in front. Tight. It's a tight race. Caitlin Ord in lane 8 as well, giving it a crack. And it is Mia Bates, 1:08.62. Nice work. Arika Ndeko from Surrey Park came up lane 2, got second just there. And then Gemma Sullivan with 3. Now 1:08. Nice work. Shaving off some time there by 3 seconds, Mia Bates. Nice swim. That's really fantastic to see. We'll be having some presentations shortly. Judith Smith is our announcer for today, one of our technical officials. And we're just preparing for event 27. It is our backstroke. So our backstroke ledges are going up thanks to all of our club volunteers and Swimming Victoria staff helping us out as well. Checking that they're all nice in place. Bit more grip to be able to leverage that start off the ledges there. So it is event 27 coming up, our boys 14 to 15 100 metre backstroke. We have 5 heats in this event, and they're all timed finals as mentioned. So there'll be presentations at the end of this. All right, they're in the water now. Heat 1. A big wave in the pool, our first backstroke event of our competition. Our Metro Champs here at MSAC on this beautiful summer sunny Friday. You'd think it was a Sunday, because most people took the public holiday yesterday. So nice relaxed vibe here today, but you might be watching from your workplace or at home somewhere else. It's so good to be able to connect with you and be watching us swimming. This is heat 1 of our 100 metre backstroke. Our boys, or men should I say, 14 to 15-year-old. And out in front here, lane 6, Max McGinney. Looking nice and strong, though. It's going to be a tight finish, I reckon. We have lanes 5 and lanes 6 here at the moment. And we'll be watching lane 3 as well. Darcy Stewart from Surrey Park. It's going to be a Surrey Park tight finish, though it is Harvey Nathanzil that is going to smash this one out and get to the tap. 1:09.97, not too far by his clubmate, 1:10.23. And then Max McGinney, who led at that halfway mark from St. Leonard's, 1:12.04. Nice work, boys. That is heat 1 of 5 for our backstroke boys, 14 to 15. This is heat 2 now, our 100-metre backstroke, men 14 to 15-year-olds. A great start there by our lanes 9 and 8. Jeremy Coleman in 9 from DVE and Owen Kruger from Westbourne Swim Club. Let's see if our higher qualifying times, our guys in the middle, catch up a little bit. In lane 5, looking pretty good here. We have Xavier Lucas Chai, also from DVE. And looking at lane 1 as well. Don't forget the other side of the pool. Jack Darling, also from DVE. Looking good. Let's see. It is a close lead at the moment. Be looking at lane 5, Xavier Lucas Chai, DVE. But at the moment, it is lane 1 just out in front. Jack Darling really going to take it home here. Nice. Taps his arm back and almost taps the top of the block there. 109.98. Xavier Lucas Chai, 110.22, and then third, William Bally just caught up there, 110.74 in that heat. Nice work, boys. Great swim. Who have I got here? I've got a couple of the boys from Nunawading. What's your name?
I'm Will.
And who are you?
I'm Ollie.
And who are you going for?
We're going for Austin in lane 9 and Harry in lane 4.
And they're your club mates?
Yeah.
All right, let's see how they get a good start. So Harry looks like he's up tall on the blocks, coming off. Nice. And so what have you guys just entered?
We're both doing the 200 backstroke.
Yeah. Yeah.
And are you in the same heat?
Yeah, we're both next to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, what lanes is that? We'll be watching.
7 and 6.
Yeah.
Nice. And do you have a nice, competitive nature? Do you know who's going to win?
Yeah, probably Ollie.
You've got some good times?
Yeah, sort of. I reckon I was going to win though.
I haven't swum it in a while, so...
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to be back. You've got a little bit of height on you, but let's go back and check our race. Thanks, boys, for the chat. Have a good one.
Let's go, Harry. Let's go, Austin.
And so we're flipping back now. We've got 25 metres of our race. It's good to chat to a couple of our swimmers just here, cheering on their teammates. That's what it's about, getting loud and getting proud. But let's be looking in lane 0 here. We've got Kindon Lim powering in front. Again, love a chase, but looks like Harry, who our boys were just chatting with from Nunawading, might have just had a bit of a win here. Let's double check the scoreboard. He's come in second just there, Harry. Kindon Lynn, 108.34. And then we've had Harry Heath from Nunawading, 108.48. And then third, Joshua Wachowski, 109.42. Nice swim, guys.
Go, Xavier!
All right, coming up, we have Heat 4 about to get underway. And away they go. That is a great start there by lane 6, Sheng Hao Jin from Nuttawading. A few more Nuttawading swimmers in here. Not too far behind him though, Hamish Robson in lane 7 from MLC. Do look at lane 0 though. Blake Hughes all the way across there from Northwest Aquatic. He has gotten that halfway mark first. He is our leader at the moment, 32.17. Has been overtaken though, Xavier Acquira from Nuttawading as well in lane 1. Out in front at the moment. He is being chased by Blake though in lane 0. Lane 3 and lane 4 though, Noah Conn from Nuttawading and Sebastian Eagle from St. Leonard's. Finishing strong, and it is Xavier, 104.97, getting that heat. Looking up at the board just there, he's not sure. He should be happy though. Yes. Congratulations, well done, a great swim by all the boys. I know that they've been training really hard for all of this, and the first time in a few years they've been able to continuously train. We're back at the pools, we're back at our clubs, we're back to enjoying swimming, and this is a great event to have on our calendar, to be back at MSAC here as well. Heat 5 of 5 starting. And that is Campbell Wilson Moran from Halberry in lane 4. And that is Campbell, who was leading out as they came off the blocks. 29.72 on that split. 25 metres to go. He is still out in front. He is being ferociously chased though. Brian Zhang from Nuttawading in lane 3. 2 over though in lane 6. Jack Morrow from Western Melbourne Propulsion pushing out in front. He's not going to chase it for first, maybe the second spot, and he has got it. So Campbell Wilson Moran, 1 minute, 0.37 seconds. Just over his qualifying time, but coming in first, I'm sure he'll be very happy. All right, here we go. It is the girls' turn now. 14 to 15-year-old 100-meter backstroke. And that is a great start there by Emily Stevens from Ivanhoe Aquatic in the green cap just there, leading out in front. Chasing her already, though, is Eloise Pride from King's Swim Club. And then not too far as well, we've got Marabi Clark in lane 7. The halfway, the split, what have we got just here? And it is Emily Stevens from Ivanhoe, 37.57. Not too far behind, like points of a second, Eloise Pride. And then Alyssa Martin from Nuttawading coming in third just here at the moment. Final 25 metres just here, and it's evening out between those 3 lanes, our 3 leaders. But it is Emily Stevens pushing it in front in the black cap. Isabel French in lane 1, Mia Truss in lane 2, and Alyssa Martin chasing for that second position just there. Eloise has just put the pedal off a little bit. And it is Emily Stevens from Ivanhoe, 1:17.91. Mia, 1:19.52 in lane 2, and then third in lane 3, 1:20.27. That is heat 1. Coming up, heat 2. Heat 2, away we go. Popping out of the water just there first was lane 8, Imogen Nolan. But out in front, lane 6, that's Tess Flanagan. A little bit of a change just now, though. Charlotte Anderson from Laverton stretching out in front. Mashara Welch, lane 4. Pushing up there too as well with Sophie Kanafaki. As well in lane 3. Be watching, ladies. 1, 2, doing the flip just now. Our turns off the halfway mark, and it is Tess Flanagan from Surrey Park with the split out in front, 36 seconds, just over. But also Eliza Houghton in lane 1. Creating a little bit more pace just there in her swim. Shelby Morgan in lane 2, pushing up past her though. Lane 6, Tess Flanagan looking nice and comfortable. Imogen Nolan from Surrey Park chasing in lane 8, that second position. She wants it. Tess Flanagan 1:15.49. Shelby Morgan 1:2.16, and Eliza Houghton in third, 1:17.54. Just getting that. Nice work, girls. Heat 3 underway. Just spotted a swimsuit I love, the purple one in lane 9, Amity. Like the style. Coming out in front though, just there. Luella Richardson from St. Leonard's having a great start, as well as in lane 4. We've got Matilda Barber from DVE. Looking good though as well in lane 2, Perry Afranco from Mackay Ajax Swimming Club. And it is Luella Richardson getting the split just there, leading it out. Close across the board, though. A lot of the girls hitting 36 point something seconds on that split. It's going to be a tight finish. Pushing out a little bit more forward now. We've got Perry in lane 2. Chasing her is Millicent Van Diemen. But finishing off strong, lane 8, Luella Richardson, nice and confident, looking up at the big shade sail that is over our MSAC pool just here. Big slap against the wall, up on the lane rope. She's looking, Luella Richardson, 1:15.49 with her time. One happy chappy. Heat 4 at the moment of 7 that we've got for our girls. 14 to 15, 100 metre backstrokers. That's Donald Rose, 18.93 out in front on the split just there. Just under 25 metres to go. She's looking good, but be watching Sarah Rogonski in, oh sorry, not in lane 2, but Angelina Brazzato in lane 1 just there. But she's got it, lane 5, Rose Donald leading from the start from Ivanhoe, 1:13.72, followed by Indy Zorprick, 1:14.01 from Essendon District Aquatic. And then in third just there, Angelia Bazzato, 1:14.45. Nice work. All right, heat 5 of 5 in the water. The girls are up and about. It is lane 6, Rihanna Chen from DVE having a great start just there, surfacing from the water. Already Madeline Carter is all over that as well. Nuttawading chasing her down just there. And on the split, the halfway mark, 35-3 by Claire Lewis from Yarra Plenty. She's being chased by Alicia Overall from Cheltenham Amateur Swimming. Let's see how they go. Nice big long arms coming on over. A little bit of splash. It's going to be a great finish to this race, I reckon. So, Claire Lewis, lane 3. Madeline Carter, lane 4. Alicia Overall, lane 5. Also, lanes 8 and 9 chasing them as well. And it is Madeline Carter from Nunawading, 1:14.98. Nice work. Michaela Botato from lane 7 getting her there, as well as Tanami Murdoch from lane 8. Nice work. Awesome. All right, so we've got Heat 6 now underway, and I've got a special guest from Nunawading who have been hanging next to me. Who have I got? What's your name?
Samantha Roach.
Samantha Roach. And you've just swam? How did you go?
Got a little bit of a PB, so that's always good.
Oh, nice work. What did you hit?
I got a 1:17.3.
Oh, congratulations. And we've got a couple of your club mates here in the water. Who have we got from Nunawading?
We have Kiara and Alicia from Nunawading.
So lane 7 and lane 4. And let's see, it's Romy Hurd at the moment that's got the split, 32-28 out in front. Not too far, Tiffany Lamb in lane 9. It's good when they're like the outer lanes challenge. But yeah, tell me a little bit about your training and, you know, the girls in the water. What would your training look like?
So, I'm not really in their squad, but we have been training with them for the past 3 days. And it's just been nice. They're all lovely. And yeah, I really enjoy it. And it's hard as. Like, it's so hard. Yeah.
It's hard. How many hours are you putting into the pool?
Normally it's just 2 hours, but if we have gym, it'd be 3. So,
and is this per day or 2 times a week? And just on the board, that's Tiffany Lamb in the lane 9 just there. 1:10.62. And then Ashley Dunn in lane 6. Oh, and you used to swim with Tiffany?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
At Nunawading I used to swim with her. And it was like 3 years ago, I think. But I can say that I swam with her and she just won, so.
Oh, nice work. What kind of person is she? What's she like?
I cannot remember, but she was always lovely. She was always lovely.
We'll go with lovely, won't we? So going back to the question of how many days a week would you train like that?
We normally do 6 times a week.
Wow, and how do you get all your energy? What's it about? Is it about sleep or food? What does your coach tell you about?
Sleep and food, really. At least, well, we got to try and get 7 hours. And then just eating as much as we can, like good protein and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, nice. What's your favourite protein? What do you go for?
I love good eggs, but then spaghetti for the carbs always hits. So, yeah.
Nice. And so we've got, let me just focus on the race for a second. This is our heat 7 of 7, so it's our last one. So this would be one of our fastest here. So our fastest qualifier, we have Gemma... we have actually Jessica Wilson from Nunawading as well. So have you seen Jess train and does she go hard?
Always trains hard.
Well, she's just got the fast split just there, 32.41. And then be watching lane 0 as well. We've got Annie Steele from St. Leonard's, 33.37 on that split as well. And following up, we've got lots of cheering from the crowd here. Who do you have? Do you have any family or friends that are either in the crowd or will be coming this weekend?
I have my mum in the crowd right now.
Oh, nice. Can we give a shout out to your mum? What's her name?
Karen.
Karen, woohoo! Thanks for joining us, Karen. And look at your teammate there, Jessica Wilson in lane 4. Nailing that in that final heat. That's our fastest time, 1:07.57. Nice work, Jess. Well, anyway, that's a couple of our races down. Thanks for joining us. Are you swimming in anything else this afternoon or tomorrow?
I have 200 IM this afternoon, and I've got 3 races tomorrow, so it'll be good.
Awesome. Well, good luck. We'll be watching you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back to the boys just now. An older age group, a little bit more power in the pool and pace, as you can just see already. It's the men 16 and over, 200 metre IM. So starting with the butterfly leg just here. This is one of 6 heats, so a lot of our guys in the pool this morning, and getting that first split, that is Lloyd Doink, 29.69. I hope I said that right. Doink. Hopefully. So just out in front, just there, showing the strength on the butterfly leg before we go into backstroke. And still out in front, just there. And then from Western Propulsion, we have Samuel Scodella as well in lane 5, who's just managed to catch up. Brilliant on the backstroke leg. Lloyd just out in front in lane 2 by a second there, as we're halfway through our 200 metre IM. It's all going to come down to the freestyle by the looks of it, because they're looking quite even here in this breaststroke. I'm looking at about that same pace. And let's checking in with our third, looking at lane 4, William Gleeson, also from Western Melbourne Propulsion. Being chased there by Matthew Stretter from Ivanhoe in lane 1 as well. Lane 6, Aaron Oliveira also giving it a crack, and they have touched the wall just here. A couple of seconds out in front is Lloyd Doink from Essendon District Aquatic. Let's see if he can power home. It takes a lot of strength, technique, and just even like a mental change to just even change strokes. 4 events all in one is what it's really about, and Lloyd powering out in front, using that upper body strength. Quite a broad upper body he has just there, powering home, hitting the wall hard. He knew he was in front, looking across the pool on each stroke. 2 minutes, 25.10 there. He would be very pleased. On his time, he has just shaved off over 20 seconds on his qualifying time. Congrats, great work. All right, a big leap off the blocks just there. That was a nice start by David Lee from Surrey Park, underwater for a decent amount of time coming up. And we're back into the IM. So Joshua Muir from Nuttawading, 30.09 on that first split there out in front. Followed even Stephen, 30.29, Patrick Dobari and David Lee in lanes 8 and 9. The backstroke, a little bit slower with that power, hey. No one saying that, powering out in front with that lead there. Backstroke must be their event. Lane 8, Patrick Dobrati from Melbourne Swimming Club. Nicely done. Into the breaststroke we go. And as they say, a match or a race is always won in that third leg or third quarter. So let's see what they've got just here. And Patrick Dobrati looking very nice. David Lee looking at him across to the right from the lane just next door. And then in lane 2 on the other side of the pool, we have Thomas Radford from Doncaster in the aqua cap. Be watching. Got the ups with the crowd. Coaches yelling out, it's always on the breaststroke leg. Let's see who gets this final split out in front. And it is Thomas Radford, the breaststroker, 1:53.49. Not too far behind. Ryan Walker from Halbury Aquatic has caught up now. Let's see what power they've got in this final sprint for the freestyle. And Thomas Radford, as we said, won in that third leg there. Be watching though, Patrick Dobrati, lane 8. Oh, I reckon he's just out in front, just here. Let's see. Getting the touch on the wall. Patrick, 2:28.75. Just 0.05 of a second out in front of Thomas Radford. Lane 2, 2:28.80. Nice work. He'd be like, oh. They've looked up at the screen. Nice work, guys. And this is heat 3 at the moment. The split, Alan Urey, 28.03 with the butterfly leg. And so this is the men's 16 and over 200 meter IM. And looking at lane 0, Daniel Dean from Gen Aquatic Swimming Club. But be watching lane 7 as well. Alan Urey out in the front just there. Alex Barrett also now. Great leg of backstroke for Alex Barrett. Out in front there on the split on halfway. The breaststroke leg, the tough leg, unless it's your event. And Daniel Dean out in lane 0 looking great. Lane 4 though, probably with the lead. Alexander Barrett just there out in front. This is going to be an exciting finish with the freestyle leg home. Pushing off the wall, it's Alan Urey. Alexander following him, and then Daniel in lane 0. Let's see what they got. Lots of power coming from the pool. Alan Urey is looking brilliant though. He is out in front by at least a body length. Quiet, confident swim. Long stride. Pushing out in front with those arms. Nicely done. Brilliant. Oh, very close for second just there. So Alan in first. 2:23.17, 2:25.99 then for Dylan Skinner, who pipped it out in front. Powerful final leg in the freestyle. Then Alexander Barrett, 2:26.03. Heat 4 underway, and that was a major splash coming out of the dive. The boys are getting a little bit bigger here for our 16 plus, 16 and over racing heats here for our IM. And I tell you what, I reckon I'd be a slow starter. Butterfly is not the leg that I would want to be doing. Backstroke, here we go. Twisting over in that turn just there. And looking quite good across the board. Lane 3 just here. We have Cameron McLeod from Surrey Park leading the way. Lane 1 though, Riley Cunningham. And then just overtaking now in lane 8, we have Xavier Purcell. He's going to get the lead at the halfway mark. Time to watch the interesting leg that is the breaststroke. Oh, and a fantastic turn just there and leading into the breaststroke. In lane 1, we have Riley Cunningham from Tiger Sharks Swimming Club leading out in front just now. And then following, we have Samuel Nadler in lane 6 from Propulsion. Black cap on just there. He's going to be chased down, though, by Byron Ward and Ziyu Song. In lane 4, the turn, the final leg just here. Can Riley Cunningham, who got the split out in front just there, can he hold it on with the power for the final freestyle leg? He is out in front, being chased down. We have Cameron McLeod in lane 3, not giving up from Surrey Park. He has taken over the lead just there over Riley. Watching in lane 8 as well, Xavier Purcell. And it is Cameron McLeod, 2:18.72, hitting the wall first. Nice one, Riley almost getting it there, 2:19.54. And then Xavier Purcell, lane 8, 2:19.75. Next up, heat 5 of 6. All right, getting the split just there. That is Anthony Bessonis from Surrey Park, 28.49 after the first leg. That is the butterfly. Time for backstroke and gaining a bit of speed just there in lane 1. Joshua Carnes from Nuttawading. Just out in front just there. 2 down in lane 3. Justin Zhao, though, from Nuttawading, also doing well. Lane 7, it's going to be Anthony, though. Keeping that lead there for that second leg. Nice work. Let's see what his breaststroke is like. Surrey Park are also known for their breaststrokers as well as Nuttawading, and we've got a few of our swimmers racing in this particular heat. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. And it is neck and neck at the moment. Lane 3, Justin Zhao and Liam Malloy from Halbury in lane 4. Gaining that speed just there. Some beautiful stretching out with the hands and big wide arms and hands. Scooping that water. Justin Zhao out in front, 1:46.06 on this final leg here. It's all about the freestyle. It's all about the power. Let's see what's going to happen. Liam Malloy out in front from Haileybury, powering through over Justin Zhao. He was a great breaststroker in that third leg, but Liam Malloy comfortably pushing towards the wall. It's going to be an interesting one for second and third. It's a tight one. Liam Malloy 2:15.19. Nice work. Justin Zhao still got second, 2:18.98. And Joshua Carnes 2:19.15 in lane 1. All right, a big splash and lots of power already, as it should be. It is heat 6 of 6, our fastest qualifying times. And coming out nice and strong in lane 7, Dominic Sau from MLC. Lots of white water. They're in sync, which is cool to watch in the pool as their arms come up and over in their first leg of the IM, the butterfly. Lane 1, Un Geisler from Nuttawading, 27.37 on that split there. In lane 0, 1, Nuttawading. In lane 2, 3, Surrey Park. And 4, Jack Gurry and Nuttawading. Back to Surrey Park. It's a bit of an affair of Nuttawading and Surrey Park from lanes 0 to 5. And then popping over lane 9, Surrey Park as well. No, there's not a swimmer in that lane. That's all right. Which will be interesting here because we both know they're known for butterfly and breaststroke. So let's see what happens. And that is Harvey Lark there, 1:01.48 on that split. Fantastic leg of breaststroke by Harvey. And quite even across the pool from lanes 4 to 8 as it splits a little bit. It's Jack Gurry from Nuttawading in lane 4. Beautiful technique, body coming up, out, power, pushing forward into that water. And down and through with the big kick. He's going to get the split there. Let's see what happens. Final 53. Tanin from Surrey Park in lane 5 is following Jack in lane 4. Dominic Sau from MLC is in lane 7 as well. But it is all Jack Gurry. He is out in front by 3 body lengths. Power coming through, big breaths in from the side, strong push into the wall, 2:07.97, followed by Tanin Kudasdim, 2:11.69, and then in third, Harvey Lark, 2:12.85. He had a gun of a leg in the backstroke. Nice work. They're all looking up on the board. It's a timed final, so they were our fastest times. Our medal presentations will be a little later on throughout our events. All right, and welcome Abdul. I've got a co-host joining us for our second half of our session.
Hello.
How you going?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. So Abdul used to be a swimmer.
Yeah.
So you're joining us with a little bit of knowledge and insight, which is good. And we just had our IMs for our guys 16 plus. And what would be your favourite leg?
Probably the butterfly, because that's the one with the most energy. Everything else is just whatever comes, you know.
I was just saying before that would be my least favourite leg. I was like, I think I would just fail a little bit at it and then have to try and catch up in the rest. But I felt it's the breaststroke, that third leg is, you know, if you're a breaststroker, you can gun it. And if you've got a little bit more energy left, the free will take you home. But here it's the women's turn. We've got our girls, 16 and over, 200 metre IM, doing it for us now. So first heat of 4.
Amazing reaction time from lane 5, 0.55. Real fast.
Yeah, it's good to see. And we've got in lane 4, Hayley Barker from MLC is just out in front. All right, the backstroke leg here. We've got Lauren Griffiths in lane 1, and then from Melbourne Vic Centre, Charlotte Fay in 3, looking all right. But it's actually Chloe Green from Camberwell in lane 6, looking good. So halfway now. And so if you're not a best breaststroker, Abdul, what do you reckon your best, piece of advice is to the swimmers on this leg?
Oh, well, to be honest, I'm probably the last person to ask for advice in that event.
So you're not the breaststroker?
No, I am a breaststroker. It's just that in the breaststroke leg, it's just cruise for me. It's just gaining back the energy, and then freestyle is when you send it back home.
So you're the breaststroker. Yeah, I'm talking about what if you're not the breaststroker, but...
Not the breaststroker. I'll stick with fly.
You come and get some special coaching just to pick you up on that leg. Go hard on the fly at the start.
That's right.
All right, so Charlotte Fay from Melbourne Vic Centre out in front here in this final leg, the freestyle, and she's looking smooth, isn't she?
Yeah, she's caught up a lot in this last 100 metres. It's important you always keep your energy and don't spend it right from the start.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, and yeah, she's looking good as she's finishing. Chloe Green in lane 6 at the blue cap. She's coming up, but she's just going to hold on to second. And then looking at lane 4, Hayley Barkley. And lane 8 is going to be a bit of a tight one. But let's look at Chloe King in lane 5 that got that third time just there. And we've seen a few of these names in earlier events. So, it's about managing that energy over the session and then over the total championships that we've got here this weekend. But it's a great start. Lane 3, Lucy Roberts. And also lane 4 is Mia Yao out in front. Halbury. Great butterfly leg by her. The turn here into the backstroke. She's still out in front, Mia Yao. And then looking at second here at the moment, Melissa Sharp, Surrey Park. Surrey Park have a lot of athletes entered here in our champs this weekend. And as we sort of said that, Nunawading and Surrey Park have always kind of good in that breaststroke event. So we'll see what Melissa Sharp can do to try and poach some more space in between our leader here.
109 split from the Haileybury swimmer. Very, very fast.
And look over there, Bethany Forster from Swimland in lane 02. She's keeping up with the pack, the second pack just here. And Lucy Roberts in lane 3. Doing her best to try and put that chase on Melissa Sharp. But still Mia Yao out in front. Let's see if she can keep the lead as she finishes the freestyle leg just here. As they make their way towards the turn, Mia Yao out in front. Don't want to burn all the fuel in the tank just yet. I think her stroke is looking pretty good. She's keeping the same pace.
Yeah. .2:32, 4-second PB. Brilliant swim, fantastic.
Yeah, Lucy Roberts not far behind, and Melissa Sharp as well. It's so good to see when people do PBs, isn't it?
Yeah, especially those big ones. Anything 3+ is amazing.
Yeah, we've seen a couple a little bit earlier in different events shave like 10 seconds off, and that's massive, hey? How do you celebrate getting a PB? What was your ritual if you had one, or were you just like a yeah?
Oh, well, to be honest, I'd just be like, yeah, cool, next race. There wasn't much of a celebration, to be honest. At least for me.
Just refocus.
That's right.
That's heat 3 just here, and in lane 8, Chloe Millard from MLC has got a great start, but it's Sasha Jones, lane 6 from Surrey Park, who's looking quite brilliant at the moment. Not too far behind Andrea Tolentino from Melbourne. That was quite even, that first leg.
Yeah. Well, the separation between the swimmers is always from the third leg onwards. The one where you either cruise or you still keep racing very hard.
Sink or swim?
That's right, yeah.
And yeah, Sasha Jones just in front of Andrea Tolentino. And very smooth in the water over there in lane 1 and 2. Riley Cadro and Clara Sedel. It looks like Surrey Park's chasing Surrey Park. Mikey Verge in lane 7, gaining a bit of ground there on her teammate, her club mate. All right, here we go. Who are you putting your money on?
Oh, probably very close. I don't know.
Yeah, we've got in between these two swimmers here. Andrea in lane 5. And then Mikey in lane 7. And that was Andrea from Melbourne Swimming Club. 2:29.63. Final heat. Fastest one, we would say. Let's see, coming up. All right, final heat just here, 4 of 4. Now, these are timed finals, all of these races here. So whoever's got the time is who gets the medal for today. All right, this is our first leg of our IM for our women 16 and over. So
30 split, very, very fast swim. See, what's important, I guess, in these races, the underwaters. If you manage your underwaters and you execute them really well, you take a whole chunk of, like, possibly a lap. You could take off a whole lap across the 200 meters if you do 12 and a half, each 20, each 50.
what do you reckon is the hardest split between what two strokes?
Personally, it'd probably be the backstroke and breaststroke one, just because you never know where the wall is.
And that's just right now. Let's be watching. Yeah, a little bit tight there on the wall for Zandy Chow from Nunawading in lane 4, but still out in front. What do you reckon the percentage of like their training would be on the splits? How much of a focus do you think the splits are?
I don't know if it's splits, to be honest. I think it's just more threshold work, aerobic work, just to get the fitness up. These swimmers are swimming 200 meters. They have to be sprinting for, 2 minutes, 20 seconds? I think splits sort of come down to 50s, maybe 100s. 200s is just getting in the fitness.
All right, let's see the final leg here. Our freestyle girls, our IM, and pushing out in front. Zandy Chow from Nunawading, looking so comfortable. She was out in front by a little bit, halfway on that breaststroke, backstroke, breaststroke split, and she's powered home. That looks
Very
smooth.
long, efficient stroke. That's the important part.
Oh, it's going to be a tight second and third just here. Charlie and Abby in lanes. It was Alana and Charlie, and it was Alana Banks from Surrey Park getting that second, 2:25.71, and Charlie Millard from MLC, 2:26.09. So in the water now is our event 31, our mixed 100 metre butterfly, our multi-class swimmers. Apologies. We must be putting that race somewhere else. It is our event 32. We move on to our next one, our girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. Finishing up just now, we have in lane 4, Elizabeth Zhang from Nunawading, 39.46. Well done, followed by Joella Safeo Cruz and then Evie Bruckner.
All right, second heat of the girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. '50s is always down to the touch. 35 metres, all pretty much the same, and then once you get to the last 10 metres, it's who can still maintain that long and efficient stroking.
And lane 6 is looking pretty good. Adeline Sun, who had a great race earlier from Nunawading, gets the touch. The board is telling me otherwise, but I think it's got to recalibrate. Unless it was Chelsea Zhang from Nunawading with 38.71 out in front. No, they've re-updated it. It is Adeline Sun also from Nunawading, 38.27, followed by Chelsea Zhang, 38.71. Nice work, hey?
Yeah, very, very fast for that age.
And I always love having our under 11s swimming and watching their races, because it could be their first major, competitive swim here at MSAC.
Holding the swims there a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah, heat 3 of 3. And so we had Tiffany Meat from Melbourne Vic Centre qualify fastest in lane 4. And she's leading the way at the moment. She had a great race earlier today as well. And she's flying. Trying to catch up with her is Zoe Clemenson in lane 3. And Megan Lee in lane 5. But Tiffany outlasts them.
Huge swim. Massive.
33.72.
33 for an 11-year-old. That is very, very fast.
We have so many impressive swimmers here, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's the boys' turn now. Under 11, 50-metre backstroke. Only one heat. All right, and it is lane 4. It is Aiden Ramos from Nunawading out in front, not too far behind. Lane 6, Daniel Collins from Flyers. But he's looking too strong. Also having a good race, Lachlan Harris. Lane 7. But it is Aiden Ramos, 35.52. Followed by Nicholas Robson, not too far behind at all, 35.87.
Little presentation for event number 30. The women's 16 over 200 metres individual event. In third place, and with the bronze medal, Charlie Millay from University of Coventry. In second place, we were over the silver medal, along with that, by the Southern Arts. And in third place, we were the gold medal, longitude and upward, with Coventry Farm 219.3. Congratulations, swimmers. The medal presentation for event number 32, girls 11
And we have the girls 12 to 13, 200 metre backstroke. This is heat 1 of 5. I'm looking at 2 girls in the water, so no Amelia Hepburn in lane 3, but we have Keela Enters in lane 4 and Waylon Trong in lane 5 for Nuttawading.
Very interesting how there's 5 heats for this one, but 1 heat or 3 heats for 50s.
What do you reckon that's about? What's your thoughts on that? Any idea?
I'm not even sure. I don't know what to make of this. Usually there'd be like 70 heats of the 50s, but
Maybe they've been, focusing on backstroke lately. But this is our 2023 Metro Long Coast Championship. So it's our first event back at MSAC.
since the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. That was a great event to have here in Melbourne, our short course World Champs. The pool was a little bit more decked out than it is right now. But
was it?
yeah, they do a great job in dressing it like a world-class event. But, we're in a World Championship pool just here.
That's right.
And so they're quite even at the moment, coming up to their halfway mark, 100 metres, as Waylon looks to the side to see where Keela is. And they're both from Nuttawading, so they train together.
I mean, even their PBs, it's just .08.
What's it like to verse your, fellow teammate?
Usually for me, if I'd go in a race, I just want to improve, but when I'm going in versing someone from my club or someone that I train with, I just forget my race and I just want to beat them all the time.
Well, they're 12 to 13, so I'm sure they're super competitive.
They've got, hopefully they nurture some of the competitive spirit in the future.
I mean, that's what it's all about. Doing your best, having fun. I mean, we're all quite competitive. That's probably why we're in sport, right?
That's right.
So now we're to our final 50 metres, and these are our 2 girls in the water. We've got Keela Enters lane 4, and she is just leading the way at the moment. She's come out in front here in that sort of turn, in that split. And then Waylon Trong not too far behind her, but she's out in front by body length. 2 by the looks of it now. So Keela coming in strong. She'd be really proud of her efforts. It's a long way when you're only, 12 years old, right?
That's right. Looks like it's going to be a very big PB as well. Five-second PB. Fantastic.
That's awesome. They'd be so proud.
That's right. Well, that's the age where you improve a lot, make a lot of PBs. Once you start getting older a little bit, it starts to plateau just a little bit.
It plateaus. You settle out. You find your style, but also, your maturation, your body grows. Therefore, your power and your times reduce.
That's right.
Second heat. And so in lane 5, Alyssa Meddings from Bayside Swimming Club is looking pretty good just there. First 50 metres down, 40-44. Karma Farmi in lane 4, not too far behind, just a couple of seconds. As well as the other girls, it's quite even across the, the start, the first 100 metres. And then it gets down to the nitty-gritty of, sort of that age and maturation, the size of their bodies, fitness and training. That's what it really comes down to towards the end of the race. But yeah, Alyssa Meddings looking just nice and comfortable, really smooth with her arms and her kick. She's hardly making any whitewater splash at all. And it is Karma Farmi who is chasing her. She's only half a body length behind her at the moment. And then we've got in lane 7, Avika Thacker with the purple cap, who's coming in third. She's probably just up to the toes of Karma at the moment. Behind her in lane 8, Ava Bloomfield. So from Northwest Aquatic is going pretty well as well. And then on the other side of our pool, in lane 0, we have Zara Kren. And then in lane 1, Nadri Mikar. And so Alyssa just out in front, less than a second. Final 50, it's going to come down to. She's sneaking up on her now. Just here. Can Alyssa hold it is the question. She's been calm, cool and confident on the way through. Though by the bottom corner of her eye, I'm sure she'd be able to see the splash of Karma chasing her. But she's held it.
2:51, first place in 0.8 after the non-awarding swimmer, 2:52. A 4-second PB.
That's a nice effort. Heat 3 coming up. All right, a great start by the girls. Liliana Jones from St. Leonard's in 7, getting the split just there, 37.16. Just behind her, Tiffany Lee from Surrey Park in lane 8 as well. And so, Abdul, what do the coaches like to tell you about backstroke? Especially if it's, if it's 200 metres, can you share something about technique or timings with us?
Probably not make a big splash is the big one. Keep the hips up as much as possible. You don't want to sink your hips. You'll want to reduce the drag as much as possible, especially if it's a long distance, just so you can preserve that energy.
Yeah, and so for our viewers at home, they're not necessarily swim experts. We've probably got a lot of families listening in today. What is drag? Can you explain it a little bit more?
So drag is when you increase your surface area in the pool. You want to stay in as much of a straight line as you can while you're swimming. That way, think of it as an airplane going through the air, sort of, just a long straight line. You don't see a big, huge lump of just metal flying around. So same concept, weird analogy, but same concept in the pool. You probably want to stay very long, and yeah, not much splash, to be honest.
That's a great explanation, thinking of it like an aeroplane. So you want efficiency in the pool and underwater. And
that's right.
We've got our final 50 metres here, and Liliana Jones in lane 7 was leading at that split, and then Leona Lowe Hermes from Nunawading in lane 4 is also chasing. And then we've got lane 2 as well. 1, 2, 3. Lane 3 is Jengmering Abrielle Wong from Nuttawading as well. And it is Liliana. And there's someone that's happy in the crowd for her. 2:44.50. I'll tell you what, Abdul, my favourite colour is purple, and so I always really like the purple swimsuits when they come up. Like Mia Bates in lane 7 has a purple one, and I'm like, nice, bright, fun.
Yeah, those new suits, they always bring out some new colours. They're always interesting to see than the classic black ones.
Yeah, and so Funky Trunks is a big supporter of Swimming Victoria, and they've always got some fun things coming out as well, don't they? All right, lane 3, Joanne Liu from Artemis Aquatics. Looking very good. Has got that split at 32.20, followed by Lola Sushames in lane 4 and Cirella Bedra in lane 5. And Joanne Liu looking very nice and smooth and confident, reducing that drag, as you were saying before, Abdul. She's leading out in front now. It is halfway, followed by Lola Sushames from Melbourne Vic Centre. But then in saying that, on that split just there, that turn, the leads have all just changed. Lane 8, Neve Turton from Surrey Park coming out in front. She is ready to take on Joanne Liu in lane 3. Gaining speed just here. And we're watching lane 5, Cirella Bedra from Halbury as well. And the final split just here, Joanne Liu still holding her lead, but can she hold it towards the end? In lane 7, Mia Bates is chasing, as well as Neve Turton from Surrey Park and Kaylee Faulkner. But now Joanne Liu has got it all the way. What do you reckon? She is on fire, but being chased by Mia Bates, but she's got it. She's got it.
Looks like she's out of energy, but she manages to touch in first, 2:43.
And then well done to Kaylee Faulkner as well, coming in third just there too. Great swim by the girls. Heat 5 of 5 coming up now.
.6 reaction times across the board. I feel like to get better and faster, quicker, you probably have to work on your underwaters. Because when you watch the World Championships and people at that high level, they really utilize those underwaters. They kind of risk getting disqualified just to get more underwater time. I don't think you can get disqualified underwater unless you... I think it's 15 meters. The maximum is 15. That's right. That's right. Well, I think it was before the year 2000. It wasn't like the 15 meters wasn't a thing. You could just go the whole distance underwater. And they found some people were doing that. And so they imposed that rule since then. 15 meters and that's it. You got to swim the rest. Yeah. Yeah. That's right, yeah. Friends and coaches as well. That's right, that's right. Erika from Surrey Park, 2:29. I mean, that's a 10-second PB. That's a monster swim. Huge. I mean, given Victorian state age competitions in about 2 months, I'd expect like all swimmers, just how we've seen, to be start reaching that peak in the season and getting those times down. And now we move to the boys 12 to 13 200-meter backstroke. We've got 2 heats of this one, and this is the first heat. And after this event, we have our last 2 events, which are the 200-meter IM, the boys and girls 14 to 15-year-olds.
All right, we're back to the backstroke. Backstroke ledge is put on, curled away just now. That's a great start by lane 5, William Cow from MLC. That's a lot of speed to begin with for just the first 50. Although not too far behind him, Tyler Miet and Cade Faulkner in 4 and 5. But very close in this first 50. Hitting that wall first in that split, actually. Tom Hussey, 38.76. All right, halfway, and now Tyler Miet from Vic Centre has pushed out in front. Looks nice and comfortable, a little bit of flick in the water as his arms go over. And then just in the lanes either side of him, I hope really, for them, they're hoping they're going to trap him in and gain some speed themselves. So in lane 5, William Cairo, and 3, Cade Faulkner. Catching up on that outside, though, is also in lane 1, Luca Lim from Camberwell. So they're going to have to zoom these final 500. There's no 500 metres left. There is 100 metres left, and zoom they will have to try and chase down Tyler Miet. And Luca Lim in lane 1 for Camberwell, powering it. He really wants this. He has just taken charge in this last 50 metres. And then coming up as well, side by side, you've got Harrison Bruckner and Tom Hussey in lane 7 and 8. Are they going to get it? Oh, very close. So Tyler Miet there with a time of 2:45.64.
All right, now we move to the last heat for backstroke this evening. We've got 5 Nana Wadding swimmers in this one. Half the pool is Nana Wadding. Let's see if they can get some amazing PBs like the previous heats. Huge start from lane 4, 32.43 for a 200 meter event. That is very fast. But then, as I said before, with these long distances, to save up and swim as fast as this, probably need to utilize your underwaters as much as you can. Utilize as much of that 15, work on breath control during training and during the race. Lewis Gay absolutely not backing down. He's going for it. Pushing for more distance from his competitors. (2:22.23). Massive swim. Lamel in second, and Alfred in third. All right, we say goodbye to backstroke and we welcome the 200 IM with open arms. This is heat 1 of the girls 14 to 15 200 IM, and there's 6 heats in total. Nice reaction time from lane 1, 0.53. Kiara at the 100-meter turn, 1:14. Looks like she's on track for what looks like a 20-second PB. Last one, looks like Teal from D5 Swimming Club is making up some ground from the Wanana Wadding swimmer. Last 10 is literally just head down, sprint, sprint, sprint. 2:44. A nice 7-second PB. Well done.
Medal presentations for event number 34 for 12:13, 200 metres backstroke. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Grace Davey from Melbourne Swim Centre. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Tiara Jess from Yarra 20. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, Aretha Rico from Surrey Park, in time of 2:29.61. The medal winners to the ball, Red 35, was Victoria Girl 200 metres backstroke. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, Elva Kane, Surrey Park. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Linda Drewster from Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, Lewis G from Melbourne Swimming Club. The winning time was 2:22.23. Congratulations, swimmers.
All right, heat 2 for newcomers. This is event 36, the girls 14 to 15, 200 IM. This is heat 2 of 6. Approaching the halfway mark, and man, it looks pretty even to me. I think the breaststroke's going to make it or break it for a lot of the swimmers in the 200 IM. Last 15, lanes 1, 2 and 7 head to head, but looks like lane 7's pulling distance. And Olivia first from Yarra Plenty. To 41.16. Across the board, we've had some huge PBs once again.
Yeah, it's super exciting, isn't it? And again, lots of cool swimsuits that are coming out here as well. And thank you to parents for the investment, because we know that they're not the easiest thing to acquire, but you know, it can shave those seconds off. And you know what? It's just the full experience of getting out there and being part of swimming. Like, they feel profesh. They look good and they feel good. And so here we go, heat 3. Girls 14 to 15, 200 metre IM. And lane 4 looking quite exceptional on the start. That's Claire Lewis from Yarra Plenty Waves. And it's Eliza Connolly who gets the split just there. Oh, the board is changing on us. Where is number 1? Can't tell. They're up there though. And again, Claire just out in front. Neck and neck though, with lane 2, Tess Flanagan from Surrey Park. And then climbing up in her own lane is Eliza Connolly in lane 5. And also in lane 7, Millie Dodd. The breaststroke leg, the challenge leg if you're not a breaststroker, but let's see what these girls have got. And, oh wow, very, very even across the board now. We've got lanes 2, 4, 5, 7 and 8, I feel. Very tight race in this particular leg, and now it will be who has conserved the energy to power on home in the freestyle leg to come. But yeah, well done, Eliza Connolly, lane 5. Really came out in front just there, as well as Tess Flanagan on the pursuit. Matilda Chaffee in lane 3 also pushing it on home, but it is Tess Flanagan in lane 2 with her eyes on the prize. Eliza Connolly, lane 5, is pushing her to the limits though. She is only just in front at this stage, Tess Flanagan. Let's see what happens. And Tess has just got it in to 42.01. Eliza Connolly to 43.08. And then we've had Matilda Chaffee to 44.70, third in that race. Heat 4 coming up. So, Abdul, on these longer races, can you tell us a little bit about what they're thinking about? Or what do you think they'd be thinking about?
Oh, well, I can only speak for myself here. For me, it's just, I'm just thinking about if I feel tired at the start, then I'm probably swimming it wrong. That's a good rule of thumb. I'm just thinking most of the time about conserving my energy so that I can last for the whole race. That's just for long events though. Like if we're speaking 50s or 100s, it's just I'm trying to get my RPM really, really fast. But if it's one of those 200s or above, it's just, man, am I tired or not yet? If the answer is yes, then I'm probably doing something wrong.
Well, I was just overhearing one of the coaches' advice next to me that was, as soon as you get home, have some dinner tonight and go straight to bed. All right, halfway mark, and Tiffany Lamb in lane 3 is out in front here. Let's see what's produced on the breaststroke leg. We've got lane 8, Lila Haas, looking good, and then be watching lane 9, Frances Woodville from Northwest Aquatic coming out up in front as well. On the other side of the pool, Tahini Cronin from Nuttawading slinging it back over. Watch the side lanes. And Tani Cronin, 2:36.76. Love it. She would be very pleased on that outside lane in lane 0. Tiffany Lamb coming in next, and then Salia White in third there in lane 5.
So this is, well, we're approaching heat 5 of the girls 200 meter iron. I'm presuming we've got an issue with the sound system, is what it looks like.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but, you know, we take precautions so that everyone has a fair race. And our technical officials are, well, brilliant, dedicated, and well-trained that they sort it out for us, which is great. Heat 5. So that's a great start by Annabelle Jordson. We've got some real big screamers from the crowd, don't we? Lots of people cheering. And Isabella Osborne from MLC got the split lead just there. Into the backstroke leg we go. And she's looking nice and calm and confident. That is Annabelle Georgeson in lane 3. She's being chased though. Lane 6, we've got Isabella Osborne. And the split, the turn, and into the breaststroke. It's a toughie, but it's a goodie. But just from the beginning of that, I reckon Isabel Osborne has it all under control. She's pushing her body up and moving it forward, and she's got a nice, beautiful head dip that takes her head totally underwater. Big kick at the back. And she's just gaining a little bit of speed and power just in front of Annabelle. And then coming up, we're going to watch lane 1, Amity Lansbury from DVE is giving it a real crack. She's going to overtake Annabelle. She's already there. Isabel Osborne, nice, finishing strong, quick, fast, smooth, looking good. And it's a battle between second because also in lane 7, Hannah Borschman is coming up. So Isabel Osborne, a time 2:34.65. Amity in lane 1 got it in second, and then Annabelle in lane 3 got third.
This is the last heat. Lane 4, Romy Hurd, seeded times are 2:23. Fastest across the board, across all 6 heats. Watch out for her in that last leg. She might pull distance from her swim from the other competitors. Tell you what, 2:23 at that age as well. That is very fast. So...
We love a surprise, though, when it comes up, you know, in the final 50 metres, don't we?
yeah.
Keeps us as the viewers and audience on our toes.
Looks like she's got some competition from lane 3, though, the non-awarding swimmer.
Do you have a competitive quote you enjoy?
Not really, if I'm being honest. Not much,
Well,
yeah.
sometimes here at MSAC they put the big signs out, and it was like, if you dream it, you can believe it, you can do it. And I was like, I like that.
Yeah.
Self-belief's really important.
That's true. Confidence and belief in yourself are the 2 key things to improve.
I think you also got to put the hard work in,
That's facts.
which is what all of our swimmers do. What do you think the average wake-up alarm would be?
Oh, well, it depends. If it's one of those swimmers, it's probably 4 a.m., 5 a.m. If it's me, it's probably 9 a.m.
Pushing it back just a little bit. And then we've got the final 50 metres here with the freestyle sprint to the end. Romy Hurd out in front at the moment in lane 4. She qualified the fastest. Can she finish the fastest? I reckon she can. She's too far out in front for me.
Just how we expected. Romy in lane 4, absolutely killing it. Monster last leg.
And Jessica Wilson, who had a big win earlier with the backstroke, in second place at the moment in lane 3, being chased by Annie Steele in lane 7. And that is 1, 2, and 3. Romy Hurd, 2:26.10. And now our final event for our day today, event 37. The boys 14 to 15 200 metre IM. We have 6 heats. And so off with a splash. Butterflies first. Broader shoulders than the girls. A little bit more power here. 14 to 15-year-old. The boys are just starting to shoot up into that sort of growth spurt age where the body matures more. They've built a little bit more muscle. They've paired their gym work with their pool work. And it really proves truth in that butterfly. It's the first leg. They don't want to feel tired, as Abdul just said. It is lane 3 at the moment. Aston Zaberkis from Loretto. Out in front, just next to him, Leo Buckle in lane 4. And then lane 7, we've got Alexander Tari, also from Loretto. Let's see. I think Alexander is out in front. Apologies, it wasn't Alexander. I was across one more lane. It is Cooper Gallant in lane 7 from Bayside, and he is out in front. Just a little bit ahead of Aston, and it looks like he's quite strong in the breaststroke just here. He is at a quick pace. Nicely done at this stage. It is the third leg that can sink or swim. It can make or break you in this race right here, the 200 IM. It's Andre Tarico from Surrey Parker. Out in front, it was his breaststroke leg. Let's see what happens. Can Cooper Gallant in lane 7 catch up and push it back out into that lead? I feel like he's a bit tired. The arms are a little bit heavy on that one. Whereas Andre is pushing out in front. He's using his legs and going 1-2, 1-2 with those arms. Aston Zaberkis in lane 3, trying to chase him just there, but I don't think it's possible. It's not done. It is Andre's race. 2:33.32 in our first heat.
.28. Ooh. Man, that is quick. I think that's my 50 PB. That's crazy. This early the second heat as well. Looks like lane 5 still in the lead. Let's see if he's got something left in store for that freestyle leg. Man, wow, 2:31, 7-second PB. Yeah, I think everyone PB'd in this event like minimum 3 seconds. Very, very good. But then again, you know, you kind of expect a lot of PBs at this time in the season, given that state age is just under 2 months. All right, heat 3.
So, Abdul, why does one choose to enter the IM?
Just do all strokes, really. Like, you don't do too much of one thing. I think that's the good part of it. If you're swimming a butterfly, you only do it for 150. If you're swimming your main stroke, which is say backstroke, you do it for 150. So there's a variety in it, I guess. That's what attracts people to it. That is different, you know. If you're swimming a 200 free or a 200 breast, that's a totally different story. Maybe not as fun as a 200 IM, in my opinion.
Do you reckon the IM, champions are like king or queens of the pools?
Maybe not. They're probably very good at fitness-wise compared to like other swimmers in other events, just because they're very well-rounded athletes. But I think it's just a fitness thing, to be honest.
All right, in lane 9, Jack Darling also up there, but it is Chengzhang Jiang, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, who is in the lead at the moment, and that is lane 4. Not far behind is Surrey Park, Ryan Thatch, and then chasing really quite vigorously just there is Harry Liu from Nunawading in lane 5. One to watch. All right, in lane 1, we've got Jaden G from Haileybury coming out in front. It is neck and neck with Chengzhang Jing at the moment. Let's see what happens. Right to the wall. And it is Jaden G, 2:36.5. Great swim by all the guys.
For Nunawading swimmers in this heat. I feel like the Nunawading Swim Club is sort of targeting certain swims for their swimmers, because some of those past heats have just been full of Nunawading swimmers. Huge swim from the D5 Swimming Club swimmer in lane 9. Man, 8-second PB. Massive congratulations across the board.
Heat 5. And it is lane 6, Campbell Wilson Moran, that popped up first from the water, but out in front. To be honest, Abdul, I can't even tell who's out in front right now because it looks like there's so much whitewash and power and waves coming from the pool. The boys are getting bigger as we get to our final heats. We'll find out on the split. And that is Oscar Campbell from Cheltenham, 29.57 just there. The butterfly leg is done. Into the backstroke we go. Looking good, Nicholas Highland from Ivanhoe out in lane 0. Very strong on the backstroke, leading out in front. Wow. Body length out in front, whipping it. In lane 6, then, there is Campbell Wilson Moran. Lane 7, Oscar Campbell. Lane 2, Jack Moran. Into breaststroke, and Nicholas Highland leads there, but just being overtaken right now by lane 6, Campbell Wilson Moran. Following him, Oscar Campbell from Cheltenham. The bright, fun cap on. And in lane 2, be watching Jack Moran as well from Tiger Sharks Swimming Club. Now, it's about the final leg. Let's see who can power it on home. Let's see what times they can get from this as well. So 2:23 was our lowest qualifying time. Our fastest one by Stuart Darcy. So yet to power up just here. He's in 6th position. Final 50, bringing it on home strong, is Oscar Campbell. Or should I say Campbell Wilson Moran in lane 6. Campbell is about to hit in the wall. He has blitzed it. 2:17.91. Blown away at the end. Tapping that wall in, coming red hot. 2:24.10, Jack Moran. And then Oscar Campbell in lane 7 in 3rd. Nice swim, guys. Our final heat, and our final heat of the day coming up just now. I take that back. I color-coded 2 for tomorrow, but we are doing them tonight. We still have 2 more events to come after this, our butterfly. But this is an exciting one. Look at them go. So much power in the water, the first leg of butterfly. And that was quick. Hamish Robson from MLC out in front at the moment, just at the end of the butterfly leg in lane 3. He's still there. Not far behind is Tyann Berger in lane 4. And then followed by lane 2, Toby Callahan, and then lane 4, Tyann Berger. And Nunawading coming out strong with their breaststrokers. Tian Berger in lane 4, Brian Zhang in lane 5, pushing it up there. Although Hamish Robson is looking pretty good still. Hitting the wall. Final 50, freestyle. It is close. And we are back to a power surge just here between Toby and Hamish at the moment. And it is Tian Berger in lane 4, pushing it out in front over Hamish and Toby in 3 and 2, and he's got it. 2:17.72. Just a pinch over his PB.
Medal presentation, event number 36, the girls 450 and 200 metres individual medley. In third place, the winner of the bronze medal, Amy Steele from St Leonard's College. In second place, the winner of the silver medal, Jessica Wilson, number 1. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal, Rolling Herd from Melbourne, Swimming Club, lead class 2:26.10. Congratulations, swimmers.
All right, now we are at event 38, the women's 16 and over 100 metre butterfly. We've got 4 heats, and in the pool right now, it's heat 1.
And that was Alexandra Skinner. 1 minute, 11 seconds, .31. So, Abdul, what are some of your butterfly tips then? What do you think the girls are doing well? Or, you know, when coaches come back with feedback, what do they normally say with butterfly?
I mean, again, I can only speak from my experience. The feedback that I've received was always sort of upper body, because I think butterflies are very upper body dominated swim. So the majority of your propulsion is done through your arms. So yes, you want to focus on that kick, but you also don't want to over fatigue yourself from the start with those arms. Kind of just maintaining through, making sure in that last, say, 25 meters, you don't want to have bendy arms. You want to keep them long and straight in the recovery process. So.
As that was Kiralee Shepherd just there, 108.33, followed closely by Chloe Millard from MLC, 109.34, with then Sienna Donatus and Skylar Hay following her. And so what about touching the wall then, Abdul? Like, you know how sometimes you could be mid-stroke? How do you avoid being mid-stroke to get that touch first?
I feel like you kind of work on it in training. You sort of work with your coach to do, say, a certain number of dolphin kicks so that you can touch on a full stroke by the end. So, yeah.
So would you say the girls would be counting at the moment?
I'm not sure what they're doing, but the way I would approach it is I change my dolphin kicks off each wall to kind of fit my swimming across the 50 so that I can finish on a full stroke. Because I can tell you, man, if you swim that and you do like a half a stroke, that just takes up a lot of energy. Not the best situation.
And also it could be a little bit of an anti-climax because you could be in front, but your hands aren't the one reaching. Your body is closer, but your hands haven't touched the wall compared to someone next to you in another lane who is at that full reach to slam their fingertips to tap for that first time.
That's right, that's right.
And that's what we might have right now. Let's see what happens. Isabella King in lane 5 looking good. Oh, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon that was a perfect stroke touching the wall.
So 1:06.58. How does that dish up to her qualifying time?
I think that's a qualifying time, very.
But in for...
Right, last heat of the girls' 100-meter butterfly.
And so what do you think the athletes would be doing tonight if they've got events tomorrow? What would you be doing?
Well, I can't really answer that one. Each person sort of got their own recovery process. But I'd assume the standard would probably be have some food, if you have a foam roll, I'll probably do some of that. Bit of stretching and just sleep, man.
Yeah, you got to recover just as hard as you train, right?
That's right.
And looking good out in front. Lane 4, Giselle Davey, Melbourne Vic Centre, is probably just going to pip it over. Zindi Zhao has got her. According to the board, 1:03.42. Giselle, 1:03.94. So just not there maybe on that final stroke. She's got her at the wall. And now to our final event of today, event 39, our men's 16 and over 100-meter butterfly. And this is heat 1 of 7. It's a popular event. Right, the halfway mark, Rory Noonan in lane 5 from Camberwell leading, but only just over Thomas Radford in lane 4. Radford, it's stroke by stroke. It's so close. Radford just behind by the looks of it. They finally come up in level with our eyes at the commentators' table. Noonan powering forward.
Very, very nice. 3-second PB. Huge. Finish on a full stroke as well. That's the best case scenario.
And so that's Zachary Gordon from Cheltenham hitting the wall in front there, coming out as the leader. The final 100. Let's see what happens. David Lee over at Surrey Park, who's had a couple of swims today already, doing well. As well as Nuttawading's Joshua Muir in lane 2. But it is Cheltenham's Zachary Gordon smashing it out. And not far behind is Samuel Scodella in lane 8. Really speedy reaction, 0.51 from lane 9. Very, very good. The Yarra Plains swimmer in lane 4, really, really long strokes. I think that's a double-edged sword there, saving up some energy, but also it's just a 100 race, so you probably want to sprint as well, but looks like the strategy is working for him. It's lanes 3 and lane 6. Ooh, lane 3 out touches 6, 102.94. Huge 2-second PB. Very well done. Man, I can't wait to state age when those times drop even more. Alright, we are halfway there. 4 more heats. All right, off to a quick start here. This is Heat 4 And it is Joel Timlin from Nunawading out with the lead. Not too far behind is Jacob Lawrence from DVE in lane 7 though. And he's doing well in lane 2, Joel. He is being chased just far behind, not far behind, by Jack Whitbread in lane 2, just behind him. And over in lane 6 as well, we have Hyukon Choi. It's a tight finish. Wow, that was exciting. And it was Jack Whitbread 1:02.96. Followed by Joel Timlin in lane 2. Then Nicholas Kondakis. Nice swim. Heat 5 up and away, and a powerful start there by lane 3, Felix Dressel de Bruyne from Melbourne Swimming Club. But it is Un Geisler from Nunawading who has caught him, and in lane 8 has got the lead from the split. They've turned, although I would be saying Alexander Dahlberg in lane 1 is looking mighty fine. He is out in front. He has gained some power. Melbourne Vic Centre would be happy. Watch out though in lane 8. Un Geisler catching him now on the line. And it is Alexander Dahlberg from Vic Centre in position number 1 there, the fastest time. Felix Dressel de Bruyne and then Un Geisler.
(27.76) split from lane 4. Very, very solid swimming. (59.21). Wow. Qualifying for the Olympics, I think, is at 52, so that's not very far off. Oh my God, 25.9 from Yanning Zheng in lane 4. Finish on a full stroke, 55.81. Beautiful. Very nice. Very fast as well. Man. All right, that is the end of the evening session tonight. Good job to all swimmers.
Final presentation for today's event 39, the men's 16 and over 100 metres butterfly.
And we will see you all tomorrow morning.
Viewing starts at 9 a.m. Abdul, it was great to have you co-hosting 2023 Metro Long Course Championships at MSAC to Melbourne. MSAC here in Melbourne. We'll see you tomorrow.
And in third place,